I thought love was only true in fairy tales, and for someone else, but not for me. Our love was out to get me, that's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Then I saw her face, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love, I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I got. What's the use in trying? All you get is pain. When I needed sunshine, I got rain. Oh, then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love, I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Love was out to get me. Now that's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Oh, then I saw her face.
Morning!
Morning, welcome to Cedar's House. My name is John Fagan and I am the CEO at Scribe.
And I'm Jess, I'm part of the support team here at Scribe.
You do a bit more than that, don't you, at
Do a
Scribe?
little bit of marketing,
Bit
do a
of
little bit of organising Scribefest.
Oh, good. So Cedar's House was built in, when was it built? 1790, and this is a home, we actually have our offices upstairs here. And it's also the home to North Walsham Town Council and also the North Walsham Registry Office. We're actually, me and my wife Lucy were married in the old registry office, which is like a old scout hut. So this is a lot more fancy, but there'll be no weddings in here today. But anyway, we need to have a chat about that video, don't we?
Elephant in the room.
Big
Yeah.
elephant in the room, because this is like a significant event for Jess. It's taken you 3 years to get it to the point where we've got 1,000 registrations. So you gave the team a clear brief, didn't you, about what you want from the event?
I said, charismatic, innovative, energetic. What did we get?
We also wanted them to show off the great assets of North Walsham. Yeah, and what did we get?
I think they looked a little bit like penguins, a bit lost in North Walsham. What do you guys think though?
Yeah, we're not too, so I don't know if we can bring them back next year. It's a bit of a problem for us. So we'd like you guys to join our HR committee. We're going to run a poll on whether we should fire these penguins or hire these penguins. But let's just bring up, just if you missed it, just bring up a little there where you can see them doing their thing. I mean, it started off well, didn't it?
Joe was good, sat in there with the magazine.
It's quite aesthetic there in the background. As soon as the music kicked in, penguin mode straight kicked in. So let us know, shall we bring them back or fire or hire them? So we've got that, got a few. Oh my God, it's a big problem for you. I'll end that poll there. We'll end that poll there. We've had like how many? Yeah, we've had 186. We'll share those results. 90% of people say keep the penguins.
Keep the penguins. We can work with it.
I guess
we'll see how we
with
are
it.
next year. We'll
maybe
try and make it a bit.
Actually, then maybe we'll set a brief for a better penguin.
Yes.
Yeah, better penguin game.
Yeah. Perfect.
Anyway, moving on. Thank you for that help. We'll get that minuted. And agendaed and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what we do. So, North Walsham is famous for 3 things, isn't it?
Yeah. What's the first one?
Oh, you tell me.
One
Says
is,
here, Jess.
One is the Battle of North Walsham and the Peasants' Revolt in 1381.
Oh no, I was meant to say that one, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So that was after that was after the Black Death, wasn't it? And I think we lost the battle. But well, I mean, we're going to be hearing a little bit from North Horsham Town Council at the moment. You probably have battles every week, but yes. Anyway, so the next one is old Horatio Nelson. He went to school here.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to school here with his brother William back in the day. When was that? Let's read up there, 1606. And is there something else? What's the third one?
There was, and there was a clue in the intro video. So there's one more famous person from North Walsham. I don't know if anyone was able to see that in the intro. Do give us your guess in the chat. Obviously, if you're from the area, keep it on the low. But if you are not from here, try and guess in the chat the other famous person from North Walsham.
Yeah, so jump on the chat. We're going to give a prize to the person who guesses our other, significant, famous thing of North Walsham. Come on, let's get some chat. Oh, we got, someone's warm, England football player, Deborah. Mm-hmm. But we need actual names. She appeared with, you would have seen Jane and Hannah there with their Norwich City football tops, and they would have appeared there. Oh, there we go. So we've got, it's Hemp. You want to bring up a picture of old... Yeah, so we're very proud of Lauren Hemp. She's still in the England team. She plays for Man City. And she actually got... Did she get the key to North Horsham? I don't know, I don't know what she does with it, but, she's got a key to North Horsham. So, I think the first person to guess that was... we had Lem, almost Deborah, and we got Lauren Hemp, but we actually don't even know who that is because it just says Town Clerk. And then we got Deborah O'Brien saying Hemp. So, we'll work it out. We've arranged for a private visit of Lauren Hemp to take you out for a cup of tea. No, have we? Is that what you organised?
No, that's for us during the break.
She's
coming during the break.
So what are they getting?
Probably a little box of chocolates.
Chocolates, cool. Okay, not a big one?
We can make a big one.
Okay, good. So how are we doing for time?
We're good.
We are doing good for time. Right, so what are we doing next?
I think it's time to run through the agenda. So just a reminder of what we're here for today and who we'll be seeing. So first off, to kick things off at 10 a.m, we'll be joined by Justin Griggs from NALC, and he'll be talking about the Star Council Awards. Followed by Andrew Malafant at 10:15, talking about biodiversity net gain, and then Steve Parkinson at 10:45 on the Procurement Act 2023.
Cool, and then we've got our next section of our lightning rounds. These are short, sharp talks. We've got Mark Tompkins talking about web accessibility, Martin Boyle talking about cybersecurity, our own Tracy budgeting, and then Claire Lucas, the Queen of Apps, is going to be talking about apps related to time management.
And then at 12, we'll be joined by Paul Reynolds on the 23-24 internal audit gotchas. 12:15, Victoria Howell on menopause in the workplace. And then we'll jump into a half an hour lunch. At 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by Roger Taylor on agendas, summons and minutes. And then 1:45, Emma Henderson, empowering the unsung heroes, building resilience and influence.
And then our second round of lightning talks, this is more from the clerks. So we've got Anne Telwill, have I pronounced that correctly? Telwill, talking about ChatGPT. Sheena Spence from Yorkshire Local County Associations, talking about holding better meetings. Louise Steele, who's a auditor and RFO Rescue, or her top tips. Sandra Rosser, talking about volunteering.
And then finally at 3:15, we'll be joined by Jackie Weaver, talking all things governance and behaviour in the sector. And at 3:45, we'll be saying our goodbyes and also announcing the winners of the prize draw.
Excellent. Yes, and we're going to really try and stick to the schedule. So if you do need to nip out, you can nip back in, so to speak, to get the things. Anyway, we've got a really good we've actually set North Walsham Town Council a challenge. So I'm going to share my screen here. Some of you may already be aware of a product we've been working on around asset management. It's civically, we really want to make it super easy for councils to manage their assets, manage their inspections, maintenance jobs, upload all their compliance documents and a whole bunch of things in the future. We've had a lot of councils using the product. Let me just move that screen share there. Let me just go over here, and you can see Bray Parish Council, they've been mapping a lot of their assets and adding their inspections, etc. So we're doing a challenge for North Walsham. I'll just move that over there. And their map is blank. So I'm going to bring a couple of team members over, going to come join us on the couch. Have you ever been on a couch, James?
Oh, I've been on many couches.
Oh, you've been on... We've got to watch James, we've got to tame him. But anyway, we told him to be himself, yeah. So, who are you, James?
I'm James.
Good, and...
I'm a groundsman at the North Walsham Town Council.
Okay, I can gather that wearing your kit. How long have you been at the Town Council?
Between 5 and 6 years now.
5 and 6 years,
Yeah.
Cool. And what kind of stuff do you do on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, we look after the parks, the cemeteries, the churchyard in North Walsham, the town clock.
Cool. Yes, and yeah, so you also actually do the digging for the burials and everything like that? Okay, yeah, so quite a varied role. Anyway, Jasmine.
Hello, my name is Jasmine. I work in the office. I'm assistant to the town clerk, Wendy Murphy. I do lots of office-based things, so I look after the allotments, I'll be looking after the cemetery and the burials, paperwork side, I look after events, marketing, things like that.
Cool. So we've set them a challenge to basically see how much of North Walsham they can map during this actual event. So they're going to be, this is like Challenge Annika or something like that. So we're going to be sending them off into the, around North Walsham. It's super easy to capture assets. So James is going to be focused on taking photos of the assets. And when you take a photo, it captures the location. He's going to then be uploading those pictures of those assets. And then Jasmine's going to be in the office on the desktop, waiting for those assets to come in, and you'll be doing this. Is that what you're doing?
Absolutely.
Is that okay, so you've been practicing?
I have.
Yeah, good.
Limbered up, ready to go.
Limbered up, ready to go. So, Jasmine will be classifying the asset, adding like the purchase price, install date. I've seen your asset register and it looks pretty scary at the moment.
It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, so she's going to take that and get it organised, and then hopefully you better delete it after that. But anyway, we're going to rejoin them in a couple of hours, and then we're going to actually run a competition to see how many assets they've added in a couple of hours, and then we'll do another check-in later in the day. So good luck, guys. Off you go.
Good luck.
Enjoy. And we might actually check in on Zoom later as well. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I think we're running a bit over schedule, so we're moving on. So we're going to first up our first speaker. So we've got Justin Griggs from NAUC. We actually had NAUC keynote Sue, was it?
A few years ago, Sue was the chair at the time.
Sue, the chair at the time, she keynoted. I think she was like in a camper van or something. That was pretty cool. So it's really good to have NAUC back. And actually, I was looking for, Justin invited me to a meeting just to have a catch up, and we've been thinking about a keynote. And I really like meeting him. He's full of energy and really nice guy. And then I just thought, I'm going to invite him, ask him if he could keynote at the event, and he gladly accepted. So over to you, Justin.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's brilliant to be at Scribefest 2024. Thanks, John, for that amazing welcome. Yeah, it was our former chair, Sue, that joined. I think it might have been during COVID from her camper van. And it's brilliant to have the privilege of being the warm-up act for the rest of today's packed festival programme, all culminating in the legendary Jackie Weaver as your headliner. So as John said, I'm Justin Griggs from the National Association of Local Councils, where I'm Head of Policy and Communications. At NAUC, we work in partnership with our brilliant network of 43 county associations to support, promote and improve England's 10,000 parish and town councils. Now, for some of those 10,000 councils, this is a significant year, as they celebrated being established in 1974, following the Local Government Act 1972. So from Falmouth in Cornwall to Filey in North Yorkshire, or Hexham in Northumberland to Hythe in Kent, which is where I grew up, for the last 50 years, people in those amazing places have benefited from having a hyperlocal council with a mission to improve quality of life, to make a change, and to build stronger communities. Now, this is a special year for me too, as I also turned 50. Now, I know some of you will be thinking I don't look that old, while others, especially colleagues here today who know me, and maybe John as well, will be spitting out their first cup of tea of the day. So to mark this auspicious milestone, I decided to do 50 things, making memories, different experiences, and new challenges. And I'll admit that speaking at a festival wasn't originally on that list. Although it's a wide range of things, it's not complete, more a work in progress. And my three kids, who are 15, 13, and 11, they've really got into their music over the last few years. Over the summer, we all watched Glastonbury and Reading festivals on telly, and at the local football ground over the road from where we live, they loved the live music at our beer festival. So here's what they each said a few months ago when I told them John had invited me to help open Scribefest 2024. "No way, Dad, you're making it up," said my 15-year-old. "I don't believe you, Dad," replied 13. Yeah, right, what's for dinner?" growled 11. So today I'm celebrating proving them wrong and celebrating adding another memory, another experience, another challenge to my list of 50 things. But more importantly, and why I was so thrilled to be asked to take part today, is to celebrate the fantastic work that you all do. So whether you're here as a clerk, a councillor, other council staff from a county association, or here in another capacity, it's never been more important that we recognise and celebrate the fantastic work you all do in your communities. After all, you are the first tier of local government. You're the closest to the people. And to coin a phrase being used by the Deputy Prime Minister, you are local leaders with skin in the game who know your places best and what they need. You're using your often archaic powers to address some of the most modern challenges, from health to housing or the climate and cost of living crises. And that's on top of your A to Z of traditional powers, from allotments to bus shelters and Christmas lights, to open spaces and public toilets and recreational facilities and youth services. And I know many of you are taking on additional responsibilities from financially challenged principal councils, making difficult decisions yourselves to use the preset flexibility now has continued to secure through our lobbying to protect and safeguard assets and services. And that's why now we run our Star Councils Awards, sponsored by Clear Councils Insurance. They're the only awards in England that recognise the contribution of hyperlocal councils to their communities, that recognise and celebrate councils, councillors, young councillors, county associations and clerks' positive impact on their communities, to showcase those councils who strive to be better. Like our current Council of the Year, Braunstone Town Council in Leicestershire, who've demonstrated remarkable achievements across a range of initiatives showcasing their dedication to community welfare. At the onset of COVID, they initiated a comprehensive support service 2 days after the first lockdown, closely coordinated with the District Council. This catered to residents' essential needs, helping with shopping, mailing, and more. They've enhanced transport and recreation through improved walking and cycling connections. Working with other councils, they facilitated cycling and walking routes, establishing vital links within the connecting transportation hubs, retail zones, leisure spots, and employment areas. And recognising the need for accessible healthcare, they work closely with their clinical commissioning group to set up the GP branch surgery. And the location of this facility helped alleviate access issues and served as a COVID vaccination centre. Another of their achievements was a transformation of land initially designated for road construction into a park, working with planners and developers. And this has contributed to the community's well-being by repurposing land for recreational use and aligning with sustainable urban development goals. And on cultural and educational enrichment, they effectively managed the community library, ensuring the retention of paid staff while incorporating volunteer opportunities to drive community events and social inclusion. These efforts range from children's reading sessions to heritage displays, emphasising diverse educational and cultural activities. They've also made substantial improvements to community spaces, refurbishing the sports pavilion, tennis courts and play area, and initiatives like warm spaces to address rising fuel costs and inflation. And recognising the urgent need to address environmental challenges, of which I know you'll hear more about today through the programme, they've adopted a forward-thinking climate change and environment strategy, with the aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030 and carbon zero by 2050, coupled with substantial carbon reduction projects like installing solar panels, EV charging points, showcasing their dedication to sustainability and a greener future. So I know that many of you at today's festival are clerks, so I also want to give a massive shout out to the current Clerk of the Year, Andrea Mann from Odiham Parish Council in Hampshire. Andrea's tenure since November 2019 has been simply transformative. She revamped internal processes, enhancing financial transparency and their budgeting. She introduced initiatives like the Village Centre Action Plan, shaped by community consultation, leading to successful grant funding for community projects. The council has completed multiple community improvements while maintaining fiscal responsibility, and her remarkable contributions have elevated the council's performance and community engagement, which our awards judging panel said made her a standout leader. She even worked with councillors in the community after a vote of no confidence in the council in 2018 during a difficult period. And working together with their councillors, their efforts resulted in their winning the Hampshire Association of Local Councils Council of the Year and Village of the Year in 2022. And faced with closure of the Odiham branch library, Andrea helped the council step in and transfer the building to the council and establish a thriving volunteer community library boasting over 600 active members. Another recent successes include the installation of picnic benches, completing a map showcasing locations and suggested walking routes. So I'm really interested to see what the guys come up with their mapping throughout the conference, but also orchestrating vibrant street parties for the Jubilee and Coronation, bringing the community together. And our current Councillor of the Year is Councillor Lorna Berrett from Botley and North Hinksey Parish Council. Lorna's worked tirelessly during her 8 years as a councillor to improve services, and develop new services such as a public art project and enhanced communications. And the Essex Association of Local Councils, they're the reigning County Association of the Year. Central to their success is their responsive approach, gathering structured feedback to training courses that align their members' needs and improving engagement. Now, earlier on, I mentioned my 3 children. And when my 15-year-old son asked for ideas on where he could undertake his work experience at the end of term in July, well, you can probably guess what I suggested. One of the nearest parish councils to where we live is Stone Parish Council in Kent, who won our Digital Communications of the Year award in 2015, awarded for their use of social media and going from strength to strength in developing its use of digital technology, including its fantastic website. Their neighbourhood plan website had an interactive map and a private group forum, giving a platform for steering group discussions and hosting documents. They used and still use infographics to communicate complex information more effectively, with many residents commending how easy it is to understand the council's finances. Not an easy feat, as I'm sure all of you here today will appreciate. They put in place a digital booking system to streamline bookings at the community hall, used SurveyMonkey for public consultation, and began digitising and tagging council minutes dating back to 1986. And while my son was there for 2 weeks, he learned more about recent initiatives such as their new community centre, their £3.8 million master plan using community infrastructure levy money to transform their rec, and their campaign to buy their local pub. These are just a few of the amazing examples of parish power, which we've recognised and celebrated through our Star Council Awards. And you can read more all about the winners on the NOUT website at www.nalc.gov.uk. There you can also find countless other examples and case studies of what councils are doing, such as on health and wellbeing, climate change, housing, planning, and young people. But do look out for the launch of our exciting new website on the 7th of October. Our new platform is faster, more intuitive, and with features tailored to meet your needs. From streamlined navigation to enhanced resources, our new website is built to offer you seamless access to everything you need. And you'll all be able to create your website accounts on the 7th of October, giving you exclusive access to member benefits such as advice notes, publications, support information, and campaign resources. So do mark the 7th of October in your calendars. Now, returning to the examples I mentioned, it strikes me that there are a number of ingredients they all have in common, such as community engagement, ensuring they're working with local people and other stakeholders to understand and address local priorities, and securing local support for how they spend taxpayers' money. Or good governance, ensuring solid foundations are in place, like having the right policies and procedures, sound finances and audits, and everyone treating each other with civility and respect. And capability, ensuring staff are professional, well-trained and supported, and councillors too have the knowledge and the skills they need. But most importantly, teamwork, ensuring councillors and their clerk and other staff are working together effectively, all pulling in the same direction, helping each other and creating the conditions to be innovative, bold, and ambitious. Now, the stars I've mentioned today are just a handful of the thousands and thousands that shine across the parish and town council universe. So please shout out loud about what you do. Enter now the Star Council Awards, and if you have this year, good luck. Our awards will be presented in the Houses of Parliament in February, but do also consider entering other awards to get your work recognised. And now the general election is out of the way, please also tell your MPs about the amazing work you do and the issues that you face that they can champion on your behalf. Because you're all stars, each and every one of you, all making a difference and with the potential to make an even bigger difference. So do be inspired by the examples I mentioned and more that are on our website, but do also be inspired by the rest of today's programme and the brilliant speakers who I know will help you and your councils to become even bigger stars. Thank you.
Thank you. That is really nice, Justin. Really appreciate that. Andrea there is really chuffed that she got a shout out. Also, I turned 50 this year, well, 31st December last year. I would have never guessed you're 50 as well. You're in your early 40s. Anyway, so who have we got next?
Yeah, thank you again, Justin, very much for joining us today. So up next, we will be joined by Andrew Maliphant, so the chairman of the Plant-Based Initiative and also the Environmental and Sustainability Advisor for SLCC, Society of Local Council Clerks. So Andrew brings over 25 years of experience in regeneration programme and project management, and he's dedicated to helping local councils improve their local environments and responding to climate change effectively. So today, Andrew is going to be talking about all things biodiversity net gain, how we can evaluate our planning applications with biodiversity in mind, and also the importance of having a robust biodiversity policy in place. So thank you, Andrew, for joining us. I'll hand over to you.
Many thanks for that welcome. I, of course, am 68 and look it, but we won't go into that any further. Thank you very much for inviting me. Here we go. Yes, I've had 8 years as a parish clerk, and I was about 3 years as a councillor before then. So I've seen the world from both sides now for looking at previous cultural references. We've got some information to share a bit about biodiversity net gain, which is particularly relevant for English parish councils, but I'll mention the Welsh element as well, of course, as we go through. So I'll put my presentation up, and we will, if anybody wants to ask any questions, by all means, place them in the chat or ask them later, and we will go through this side presentation first. I'm fine with this issue with I don't know whether it's a Zoom issue or whether it's a pace, other issue it is, but I can't. I have to get this screen up first and then start the slideshow rather than having it all ready to go. But there we go. We're on. Okay. Thank you very much. So we've principally talking about biodiversity net gain. I should say straight away that I have been in touch with the relevant officers at DEFRA recently about some of the guidance that we've been producing on biodiversity net gain. And they've given me some feedback as a result. So this is not quite from the horse's mouth what I'm saying to you, but very much close to people who've been dealing with these things. So we have a biodiversity duty. I was a clerk for 8 years before I realised we had such a thing. Nobody told me. Of course, that's been recently revived through the 2021 Environment Act. All the numbers you can see at the top of the screen relate to footnotes at the back of the presentation, and a copy of this presentation will be shared with everybody in PDF form after today. So we have a biodiversity duty. There's something that's also been very much in Wales and in England, and I believe Scotland as well. So what we can do about this, we need to know what we're already doing. And we don't have to report in England about what we're doing, but there is a biannual report that Welsh councils, community councils, are obliged to present. Let's find out what other nature and recovery plans are happening, either from our planning authorities, other level authorities, indeed neighbouring palaces. Agree a biodiversity policy. We've been working with both the Now Climate Emergency Network and other contacts through SLCC on a biodiversity policy, and we've jointly agreed a model one, which is, there's a link to it there. It's got things in it about what we might adopt as a policy, There's also a sort of template for actions that we might choose to do, sort of a mix and match approach. So do please feel free to make use of that model policy. Clearly, we can involve our local voluntary groups. There will also always be people in our parishes or towns who are working on nature conservation or interested in wildlife in different ways. So let's get them involved. So some of this work, the more we get into things to do with biodiversity, environmental action, the more it becomes apparent we can't do it on our own. We do need to involve local people, and there will be some people who'll be keen to get engaged. So we can make contact with those guys. Carrying out a biodiversity audit of council land holdings. There are ways in which we might do that. You'll see on the right here, there's some guidance on from South Gloucestershire Unitary Authority about local nature action plans specifically written for town and parish councils. And they've also produced a field guide for people like me who may not know very much about wildlife and habitats in reality. My mother was always much better at those kind of things. So we can actually carry out an audit ourselves if we wanted to, using the field guide that we've got. We can certainly get other advice on it, and maybe our local wildlife trust would be one way of getting in touch with that. But also let's have an action plan for our biodiversity duties and what we're going to be doing, as well as supporting other people. And there you've got that guidance from South Gloucestershire there. So that's a quick gallop through the biodiversity duty as an opening salvo. So let's talk a bit about biodiversity net gain. This is based, something that's coming through, again, through the Environment Act 2021, and the principle, of course, is to enhance biodiversity around the country. Well, this is particularly for England, I have to say. It's intended to measure that habitats for wildlife are left measurably better state. Now, measurably is the big word, because their government has produced a metric for developers to manage it, not just to manage, but to measure the wildlife and biodiversity they're finding on the site that they're proposing to develop, and to use that as a basis for presenting what they're going to do about it. And they're required, as a qualifying planning commission, to produce at least 10% biodiversity net gain on top of what is already there. So we can talk a little bit in a while about some of the curly bits about that, but that is the principles very well set out. As far as Wales is concerned, Wales doesn't have that biodiversity net gain in the same way. You'll see from this briefing here that the Welsh government doesn't have a metric in the same way to use that approach, but it is approaching the issues of biodiversity and wider ecosystem benefits in other ways. There was a policy consultation about this in May last year. I haven't heard that there's been any response from that within Wales, or any answers to that consultation. If anybody here from Wales knows a bit more about this, if they would please put it in the chat, I'd be very grateful to hear about it. But at the moment, anyway, the biodiversity net gain we're principally talking about today is very much a requirement on developers in England. So who is it for in England? It's really for most planning applications affecting certain sizes of habitat, more than 25 square meters, it's 5 by 5 meters, which is relatively small space, or 5 meters of linear habitat, such as a hedgerow. Any developments or proposed developments that affect those sorts of areas will need to deliver some biodiversity net gain. This generally means any application for a single dwelling or more. It doesn't apply to housing extensions, by the way, but if it's more or less any application for single more will come under that regime. Also includes commercial development. That will include minerals or waste related development. Minerals development is very controversial where I live in the Forest of Dean, and it's also been controversial elsewhere. But those any development that's proposed for those kinds of purposes, any commercial development also has to deliver biodiversity net gain. Nationally significant infrastructure projects. Now, I always think of HS2 when this topic comes up. At the moment, those projects are not required to produce biodiversity net gain. It's supposed to be coming in for them, possibly November, possibly early next year. Of course, we've had a change of government, so I haven't seen the latest timetable for this. But if we have such a project in our parish or in our town council area, probably this is a reason for us to get even more attention to it. Because if they're not obliged to provide biodiversity net gain, we need to be in touch with them and make sure that they are looking at biodiversity and environmental issues in the work that they are doing. So that's just a little note there about that. Okay, so there is guidance on the government website. You'll be unsurprised to know about what local planning authorities should do about biodiversity net gain. And I've drawn from that, when a developer makes an application, they have to say, can they confirm that biodiversity net gain is applicable in their proposal? What about the calculation of the biodiversity of their site? This is using the government's metric. Describe any irreplaceable habitat, things that they're going to propose to remove as part of their development, which cannot then simply be put back in place. And also provide a habitat plan of the whole site. Those are the things that they're supposed to provide. And those are things that we can look for in just about every planning application that comes across, because of course it doesn't matter what size of parish council or town council we are, we all get planning applications to comment on. So we're getting these applications. So if they think it's not applicable, why not? Have they been very clear about that? Are they trying to get out of it, that they think it shouldn't apply to them? Have they missed anything in their calculation of biodiversity value, let alone their plan of the site? What about it? Is it accurate? This is going back to involving people in our parishes and towns who are actually well versed in wildlife and habitat managers. We can't all be experts at everything. If there are local people that can help give us some guidance on this, that would be really helpful. They're going to take out an irreplaceable habitat. Is there really no alternative to that? So those are some of the questions that we may be thinking about asking. Yes, it's not our final decision, of course, to deal with any planning applications, but it's certainly our responsibility to point things out to the district council to say, well, look, these things haven't been properly attended to. Okay. Now then, there's supposed to be a biodiversity net gain plan. There is a template the government's provided for developers for a biodiversity net gain plan. In other words, how they're going to deliver the net gain that they're talking about. Unfortunately, the template is not mandatory, so the different plans may be in different formats. However, we may discover that we may not actually get to see such a plan at the moment, which is curious. So after planning permission, before commencing the development, the developer has to provide a plan showing to what extent the gains are provided on-site or off-site. They don't all have to be provided on-site, which is another interesting point. They need to show a draft habitat management plan for the on-site work and the plan for their off-site biodiversity gain. So that is what is required. Now, I believe there has been some points raised, and I think maybe Nalp has already raised them, about government should really be allowing town and parish councils to see these plans before they get approved. Otherwise, we're a little bit in the dark. So another reason at the moment, at any rate, to be particularly careful about what they're saying about biodiversity, to make sure that if there's anything that's been missed or overlooked or ignored, frankly, that we're pointing it out to our planning authority. Okay. Some words of caution. Now, it's early days. This has only really been fully in place since April. So good practice is still in the process of developing. Some developers said, sorry, Gov, there's no biodiversity on site, so we can't provide you with 10% of nothing. This is perhaps not a surprise. However, some of us may have experience, as I have, of a developer mysteriously doing some damage over a weekend. It happened to the first parish I was clerk of. Oh, sorry, Gov, I didn't realize we should have cut down that orchard over the weekend. It was actually, he actually was backed onto my parish chairman's garden, so he was particularly furious about it. These things may happen. However, we can backdate descriptions. We can say, you may say there's no biodiversity there now because you've just blitzed the site. However, there is the capacity to go back a few whiles and say, actually, there was biodiversity there. I think backdated as far as February this year, so that, we can get around that in that regard. We may find developers saying, oh, it's all right, the private gardens will provide, these houses will provide the net gain. Well, sure, but I mean, how are you going to make that binding on the householders, the people that buy those houses? So that's not going to be a very viable sort of response. Now then, this is the option about biodiversity units. What about people saying, oh, we can't do it on site, but we'll do it somewhere else? So they could mean that any improvements that are being proposed happen some distance from where their development is, and maybe even outside the planning authority's areas. The planning authority is supposed to monitor these things for 30 years. That's going to make that more and more difficult. So I think there's lots of reasons for us to get engaged and to find, look at our development sites, obviously, but find if there's other places within our parishes, our town areas, that could actually benefit some biodiversity gain. Let's look about that, and let's get our own suggestions in early. There are there is provision in the local nature recovery strategies that are being developed, particularly at county council level, to have notes about these kind of things. So get in touch with our county, certainly get in touch with our district council, our planning authority, and saying, well, look, if there's going to be development here, let's not have some, off-site gain miles away. We've got some various suggestions we want to include in the mix. Thank you, very kind. So it's important to do that. I'm also saying if we want anything else from planning gain, whether it's under Section 106 agreements or any other process, let's get those thoughts into our planning authority as well, by the way. Let's get that stuff in early. So there we are. And finally, as I say, the actual plans about this are only agreed after permission's been given. And we're not being at the moment involved in those discussions. Whether we can get more information about that through other routes, maybe, I don't know. I don't know whether it's appropriate for district councillors or also parish councillors to have access to such information. This is all new stuff. But I think if people are going to come in and make such big changes to our area at a time when we know that biodiversity all the way through the ecosystems that we live in is so important, for our lives as well as for the other parts of the nature chain, if you like. This is something that we need to be aware of. And as I was saying, if we can find local people that can help us with that, oh, so much the better. So some things, other steps we could consider when we're doing that. Yes, contact some local wildlife groups and see what they're already doing, see if they can help us out, and see if they can get involved. You may find such people already speaking at our planning meetings, of course, so they may already be in touch with us, making points about wildlife and conservation. Fine. Have stands at our annual parish meeting in England. Community councils in Wales are not obliged to have an annual parish meeting. We are in England. So let's get the wildlife groups and other people involved. Let's have them, we may be already doing this, of course. Let them have stands, have local organisations have stands in the meeting space where we're having our annual meeting. People can see what they're out. We can talk with them, and they can maybe get involved in some discussion about this as part of the general meeting. Yes, we can get specialists in, get local experts in, people that can advise us on things. There will probably may even find people locally who can actually be very good at putting these points across, and again with a particular local focus on our parish and town. And wouldn't that be a fascinating talk to organise and support? A BioBlitz. The picture on the left is some young people out there, and they've got their phones on with links to various conservation and habitat advice, and got a book of words there as well. And this is a process that, again, there's a link to it in the notes, about people can get together, have a look around an area and say, what's actually here? What wildlife can we find? What habitats can we see? Let's make a note of this and start the process of mapping those sorts of things. So we can plot the results and other planning on an area map. So having a map is very useful sort of thing to have. There's ways in which we might do that. And so this is something that we may do. I mean, we may be very interested in knowing more about our wildlife habitats in any case. There is also, I should say, and I came across this quite recently, there is an association of record centres. There are people, I think largely collected on a county basis, who have already been carrying out audits and surveys of habitats, and that the ones that are recorded may already be in your local record centre. There's a link to that in the chat, in the notes at the back end. So it may be that for our parish or town council area, there's already a starter for 10 in terms of what's considered important. So there we go. Just a few final notes on the managing sites for biodiversity itself. We may have all heard about the idea about no mow May, which is allowing wildfires to support pollinating insects. Some of us may have noticed that this year the season's changed a bit, and a number of wildflowers were coming out in April. I know at least one parish council had a contract with their grass cutters to work in April, not in May, and consequently an awful lot of wildflowers got banjaxed. So it may be that it's no mow April as much as no mow May. So we need to keep an eye on that, particularly perhaps when we're when we're contracting with grass cutters of different types. Maybe only one mowing a year. Mowing in August and September, if we're going to do that, is appropriate. Avoid mowing an entire site at once. There are more bits of advice and guidance on this elsewhere. This is just a little bit of a summary. And if we're managing playing fields, does the whole playing field have to be manicured? Can parts of the outfield, parts of the edges of the field be allowed to prosper for wildlife habitats? care about using artificial fertilizers. I think a lot of us will have heard a bit more about that. So that's something that a lot of this maybe is sort of motherhood and apple pie to present company. There's just a little bit of gallop through for it. Planting more trees and hedges. The Woodland Trust, by the way, does have good guidance about what trees you could plant successfully where. I think I should add that into the notes when it comes round, because that's been quite a useful guide. We can't just put down any old tree anywhere. And what about alternatives to managing pesticides? So there's other advice elsewhere on this kind of thing. Have a look at the South Gloucestershire guidance for a start. And we can't do it all on our own. Let's get other people involved. The community engagement is another thing that can take up time. The link from this chat is the Centre for Sustainable Energy, who all people have produced some 10 top tips for community engagement. I find it a very useful summary of the things that we might be doing. And this is actually a picture of a local company who has organised a volunteer day for its staff. And here they've been out doing some work, environmental work outside. So who knows, we may actually find some local businesses and who are happy to let their employees get involved in some of our events, as well as other residents of our council area. So there's the notes that we've got. They're out in the back there. There's some notes from the presentation notes. We can get some advices on if we're a council that getting people involved, having a climate change working group or a climate and ecology subcommittee is another great way of keeping things going. The difference being, of course, a subcommittee of the council can make recommendations for funding to the budgetary heads, but has to follow standing orders in the way it operates. Climate change working group doesn't have that close link, but can perhaps work more informally. So it's a question of what works best. Yes, there's some wider environmental planning guidance which has been published. There's a link through to that, and also commenting on local planning applications. Those links are useful. And there's how to plant a tree is the link through to the Woodland Trust advice that I mentioned. And certainly we can speak to our Wildlife Trust about it. Lots more point. As Justin has pointed out, the NALC website had a makeover. It's being relaunched at the beginning of September, October the 7th, I believe it's being relaunched. And there's also a useful open page on the SLCC website, which both of those pages for climate work are freely open for everybody to see. I'm just going to finish briefly. We're talking about the great collaboration, which has been mentioned in the introduction, what I'm doing. This is something that started in Herefordshire, and it was really about a process of partly having online advice and partly having a person, an advisor for the county to help with parish councils dealing with climate and environmental matters. And the website as it currently sits has advice about 60 odd things that individuals can do, and also some other links to what parish councils might do, and to let them find out what the kind of things people are registering to do in their parish. You don't get to know the names of the people concerned, of course, but if people are doing lots of different things, say they're starting a repair cafe, you know, we may not know that, but it'd be interesting to know. They may be saying, for example, we can't start a repair cafe because we haven't got the space to do it. So it can also help us perhaps understand, you know, where we might help out. So here we are. So we've got the new organisation set up to take the great collaboration and develop it further. Herefordshire Green Network, who originally started with it, didn't have the capacity to spread it more widely. It was always intended to go more widely. So we've taken it on to develop it further. We've been very recently endorsed, grateful thanks to NALC, the National Association, for endorsing the work we're doing, and also to SLCC. So we've got some work in progress, but we're already running open weekly sessions on Zoom. This is hosts various expert presentations on different topics. They're open for discussion. They're all recorded so that we can see them. If we had about 30 so far this year, you can look back at the past recordings, but in the notes that come around will be that link to those sessions, which you may find very interesting, depending on, you know, obviously what the topics are, and if there are things that you might want to find out more about, or indeed you may wish to say, oh, I've got some good advice and practice I'd like to share. Can I give a talk? Well, fine, great. So this is the last slide. So as an organisation, the great collaboration, which is the phrase we use, we're very pleased to help anybody who wants to help with what I've just briefly described, and getting support for guidance and advice for town and parish councils working with their local communities and businesses on the issues and agendas that we're talking about today. We need to perhaps develop new guidance. We're doing links to existing guides. We're not looking to rewrite the word, but we need to make it readily available to people. I always think about these matters, it's like a climate jungle, really. There's too much of it. We need to find our way through. And every time somebody has a good idea, the jungle just gets thicker. So our mission is to try and help people get through to the information they really need. We're working with Parish Online to have some mapping to show what's happening around the country. I've lost count of the number of parishes who said, where's the nearest parish to me that's doing whatever it is they're interested in? So we're looking to develop that as a part of mapping. If people want to be an expert, we've talked a bit about wildlife and biodiversity experts. If people want to say, oh, we've got somebody we know, I can be your point of contact to review advice and guidance and be an expert on a particular matter, we'd love to hear from that. And of course, we need to spread the word out and get people involved, including networking within counties. We are doing developing a pilot within East Anglia at the moment. That's Cambridgeshire, Essex, Norfolk and Suffolk. And we'll be looking at doing work and workshops in that area as we develop the Great Collaboration offer. Also very much looking towards finding regular sources of advice, either through county advisors and or climate emergency centres, so that the work can continue into the future. And that's the email for office@greatcollaboration.uk. If you would like to get involved in any of that, then we'd be very, very pleased to hear from you. And as I say, these notes will be coming out at the end of the meeting. So I'm going to stop sharing now. Thank you very much for listening. I believe we've got 5 minutes left.
Great, yeah, thank you, Andrew. Excellent talk, and also, yes, I attend the banter session. So I've dropped a link on Meetup or on Zoom with the link to the website. And everyone, I just really recommend going along to those those banter sessions. They're really good on a Wednesday at 12, I think it is. Excellent. So we've had tons of questions. We'll get through what we can in 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Perfect. So the first one is from Alison. She says, my council resolved not to adopt the model biodiversity policy, but wants to go with a simple one-sheet policy as they are concerned about being beholden to tasks they feel are onerous. Would you have any advice on things that must be included other than something along the lines of, we have a duty to the 2021 EA Act, so we take biodiversity into account in all of our business, which is the type of policy that they are looking to have?
I think it's good to have that kind of simple declaration anyway, because apart from anything else, it tells our residents what we're about. The model biodiversity policy that's been circulated is indeed a model, and it's it's perfectly acceptable for people to only use the parts of it that they think is appropriate to them. There's certainly the model action plan at the back. It was very much a mix and match affair. And so, if a parish council wants to make a general statement, rather than as you've indicated, and nail their colours to a particular action plan, that's absolutely fine. So there's benefits all the way along the way. Having a policy is good. Declaring it to our local people is good. If we're able and wanting to have more of an action plan about it, that's fine. But the model is very much intended to be to people to use the bits of it that they think is going to be most appropriate to their areas. In terms of which bits should actually be involved, I haven't got it in front of me. I'll see if I can get it up in front of me while if we ask any more questions.
Cool. So we've got a question from Hugh Roberts. It's 2 parts to it. How does one become qualified to be a recognised expert in calculating BNG? What ecology qualifications are needed? And then he's also got another sort of follow-up question. How would you challenge a developer's BNG calculation for a planning app? I imagine a lot of developers might kind of, not have the best calculation. And would you need an independent ecologist? So it's double-sided.
This is something that has come up before in terms of we may be local people. We may think we know a lot more about the local area, but do we feel that just because we're local, we're definitely going to get listened to? So I've tried to find an answer to that question, and I haven't found one yet. But thank you for reminding me to pursue that. clearly, if we have got somebody in our parish who has got some kind of suitable ecological qualification that can give weight to what they're saying, that is not going to hurt. How you get a qualification in order to respond to the net gain, particularly, is a question. As I say, biodiversity net gain has only been going since April. I'm not yet aware that there's yet a cadre of people who are being trained and qualified to respond to this particular ecological issue. I'll have a look around for that. I think what we are expecting to get as we go through this is, as the more biodiversity gain becomes a regular item, we're going to get more good practice, we're going to get good feedback. As I say, I have got contact with the officers in the government department, DEFRA, who are dealing with this. So we have got the capacity for a dialogue, two-way dialogue on this, which is good. We're looking to have a discussion that my colleague Andrew Tarleton and I are looking to have a discussion within the next month. So both of these questions, I will certainly go with them. The other thing about it is, of course, who is it that are, what support, what links do we have with our planning authority? We don't always get on well with our planning authorities, particularly if they come out with a decision we're not particularly happy with. The more this climate and ecological agenda develops, for better or for worse, we do need to work more closely with our planning authority on a whole host of these matters. So it may be that our local authority has got a qualified person. It may be they have people that are prepared to talk to us more readily than others. So that's a sort of a third element to this, is how we actually get a positive conversation with our planning authority. But I'd like to thank you for those two particular questions. I haven't got a particular answer to them yet, but I will get back to you. I think I've got your contact details elsewhere, or perhaps I should share them through you, John, so that you can share them with the attendees today.
That would be a good idea. Thank you very much, Andrew. We've run out of time for questions, but we do have tons of other questions. We'll share them, and then, yeah, Andrew, if you have time to respond, that'd be fine. That'd be great. Yeah, thanks for taking time to come see us today, Andrew. Much appreciated. The resident, well, you're the resident expert at SLCC, so it's great to have someone from the SLCC also speaking. Have a good day. Cheers.
Thanks,
so our next, yes, good. Our next speaker, I don't know if he needs an intro. He's like famous? Is he famous?
A little bit.
We call him Parko. We call him Parko in the company. There he is. We were actually hanging out on Tuesday, weren't we? We were up in Hull. Mr. Parkinson, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, John. That was a very long drive home from Hull, but I thought it was a very worthwhile event to attend. And some very
Hull, all
questions.
the way down to Southampton, wasn't it?
Yes. At least it was dry on the way home. Going there was absolutely horrendous on Monday. It was like driving in a wet fog all the way, so it wasn't very pleasant. But it was worth it when I got there.
Good. Well, for those of you who don't know Steve, I mean, Steve works with a lot of county associations. His expertise are in that and other, many other financial matters. He has 34 years experience in the kind of public sector. And also where were you a town clerk?
At Alton in Hampshire. Almost 10 years ago now. Almost
10 years ago. So yeah, when we're up in Hull at the Earn Liquor conference, you gave a talk on the Procurement Act, and I assume you're gonna give that talk today.
I'm going to do a very similar thing. I have got some slides.
Cool. Well, over to you, Steve.
I think the first thing, the big piece of news, which I only discovered actually as I went to that conference, is that the government has deferred the implementation of the Procurement Act. So it was supposed to come into effect on the 28th of October. And that was literally passed just before Parliament was dissolved back at the end of May this year, prior to the elections. The new government has decided that while they are going to implement the Procurement Act, they do not want to use the national procurement policy that the Conservative government prepared, and they're going to take 4 months to write their own. It also responds to principal authorities that have said they needed more time to be ready for things that the Act is bringing in. So the effective date is the 24th of February. So if you are carrying out procurement now, if you're in the process of procuring a major project or something like that, then you still need to follow the Public Contracts Regulations 2015, unless you are launching that procurement after the 24th of February. Okay, so that's the kind of key thing to be aware of at this point. However, the Act is coming, so in the longer term, if you are going to be making any procurement during 2025, and I suspect a number of local authorities will be, then you need to be aware of what the rules are bringing in. So just a quick reminder, the procurement rules apply above specified thresholds. Now, there's a range of different thresholds and people often look at the wrong one. So there are two that we need to be aware of at parish council level. The first is for works, which basically means any kind of construction, constructing a building, levelling out a playing field, digging a canal, earthworks as well as building works, building bridges, building roads, that sort of thing. It's a very high threshold. It's £5.372 million. And 10 years ago, we would have said, well, that's not going to affect parish councils. We don't get parish councils doing kind of £5 million projects. However, we do. We have probably got 20 parish councils delivering projects in that sort of range. There's probably at least one in every county, I suspect. We have got parish councils delivering £15 million projects with town deal money, with SIL money and various other grants, levelling up funding, community ownership fund, all that kind of thing. So we have some very, very big projects going on in the sector. Okay, so that 5.37 includes VAT. That's a change since we left the EU and the UK became part of the World Trade Organization as a direct member rather than as being a member of the EU. So really, it's about £4.7 million plus VAT. If it's not works, if it doesn't fall within the definition, if you're just buying a supply of goods or services, it's a considerably smaller threshold. It's £214,904, including VAT. That's still quite a high threshold. That's still a lot more than many parish councils actually spend in a typical year. But the important thing to understand is that contract threshold is the full term of the contract. So, for example, if you have a 4-year contract at £53,726, that contract will get caught in terms of you will have to go out to full tender for that particular activity. And we are certainly seeing that for parish councils with some of the larger town councils with big grass cutting contracts and things like that. They are going out to full competition because they're looking at £50,000–£60,000 a year over several years, and it's going to be caught by the regulations. We also need to consider any built-in extension or renewal options that are written into the contract. So if you offer a 3-year contract with an option to extend with the same supplier for another 3 years, you value that at the 6-year value of the contract. If it's a 4-year contract with a potential for 1 year extra, you value that as a 5-year contract. So you need to make sure you're looking at the right value when you're assessing whether you exceed those particular thresholds. Okay, and most of the rules in the Procurement Act are about those big contracts. They are about where you exceed the threshold and you have to go out to open competition to procure those particular services. At the end of these slides, we will also look at what's happening between 30,000 and 214,000 and how our below threshold procurements actually being dealt with. So the rules don't apply to every single contract that you might let. So there are some specific exclusions where we wouldn't normally go out to open procurement. The first of which is purchase of land, buildings, and rights over land, because generally we know where we want a piece of land. We know which piece of land or which building we are interested in or what kind of building we want. You wouldn't normally go out and say, who wants to provide us with land or who wants to provide us with a building, give us your best price, because where that land or building sits is kind of critical in terms of what we actually want to do with it. So we don't follow the procurement rules in terms of tendering for those kind of activities. Legal representation has always been on the list, but it has been narrowed down very tightly. So we can only exclude high value legal work if it's representation in a dispute or it's the services which require a notary to do something. And I would normally say at parish council level, you shouldn't really be getting to the point where you need legal fees of £214,000 plus. But I saw some news yesterday where one council, in fighting something off, has incurred legal bills of about £460,000. So sometimes parish councils get into that territory, but I'm sure you'll all agree, it's best if we can avoid that in advance. Contracts between public bodies where it is a public thing you're doing together don't have to go through open competition. If it's related to investment, again, you wouldn't normally say who wants to provide an investment, give us your best price. Employment of staff, whatever the value, and at parish council level, you may not be entering into £214,000 contracts, but that's excluded from the rules. And public transport is as well, merely because there are separate rules that govern the provision and procurement of public transport services. So they're governed by completely different sets of rules. So what's different? Well, first of all, the new rules set out some objectives in terms of what we're aiming to do. And they say things that you must do. So you must have regard to value for money. That is a general obligation on parish councils and local authorities anyway, but it's very specific there. When letting you a contract, value for money should be one of your guiding principles. Maximising the public benefit. It's public money. We want to get the maximum benefit the public out of whatever we are procuring and paying for. Sharing information, being transparent, publishing your policies on how you're going to decide which is the successful tenderer, telling people what you've decided, etc. So it's an open process where people know what is going on, not hidden behind closed doors. The new law actually requires you to act with integrity. And interestingly, I don't think the word integrity is defined in there, but I think most people will understand kind of where that is coming from. In addition, following those principles, it's important that we treat all suppliers in the market the same unless there is a justified reason for not doing so. So if we're going to treat anybody differently, we have to be absolutely sure that we can justify it, and we've got a clear record of why we are justifying treating one supplier different from another. And there is a slightly stronger duty to remove barriers to small and medium-sized enterprises than was in the previous set of rules. So it was there. You had to consider the impact on small and medium-sized enterprises of your competition policies, but now we have to actively think about how can we remove a barrier to a small or medium-sized enterprise. And what do we mean by that? Anything that makes it difficult for a small firm to bid. And I can give you a real-world example, because I was asked the other day whether I'd be willing to give that advice to schools, private schools, who are now going to be affected by having to charge VAT on school fees, may need to register, may need to think about how they reclaim VAT and stuff. And I was very happy with the concept, because it's, you know, it's kind of part of the public sector, local government kind of education provision that I'm familiar with. But they were looking for a single contractor to advise 12,500 schools, which is kind of way beyond what a small business can be comfortable with, because they're probably all going to ask at exactly the same time as soon as the new rules come in and they have to start charging VAT. So that's an example of where, if they had asked for a number of suppliers to cover different areas, for example, then you might have got more small businesses bidding rather than the big ones in those particular circumstances. Before you let a contract, there are some new additions. So there's a lot of encouragement to publish procurement notices in advance of what you do. So instead of publishing a contract and saying, would you like to bid for our grass cutting, we will publish a notice saying, next month we are going to be advertising for a 5-year grass cutting contract, or whatever it may be. So we'll be telling the market what is coming. There are also new rules about engaging with the market. So if you're not familiar with doing grass cutting and you want to talk to people about grass cutting, you can engage with the market about the best way to do it and so on. But if you're engaging with contractors in advance and taking advice and talking to people, there's two things you need to do. So first of all, you must publish a notice saying that you're engaging with the market or that you have engaged with the market to establish this contract. Secondly, you must avoid giving unfair advantage to one particular firm because you've engaged with the market. And we do see this at parish council level. For example, a council will use a particular firm to draw up their specification for grass cutting, and then, hey presto, that firm wins the tender because they know it in far more detail than anybody else. So we need to be careful that by consulting, we don't give that advantage. There's also a new duty at all levels to consider splitting big contracts into lots. So instead of maybe having somebody cut all your grass, you may offer 3 or 4 packages of smaller areas of grass so that there's a wider choice of contractors that may be able to undertake. There used to be 5 different procedures that you could use for a big tender, and it's now down to 2. And the simple one is open. It's a one-step process. You go, who would like to cut our grass for us? And anybody can then put in a tender. There's no restriction. There's no selection as to who tenders, etc. If we don't use the open process, the alternative is competitive flexible. And that allows you to build in stages, so you can have a multi-stage tender system, or you can put in restrictions on who might bid in some way, shape, or form, etc. And you need to make sure, because this is a legal requirement, you need to make sure you follow all the rules if you are going to attempt to do a flexible process where you're putting in different stages. And to put it simply, you need somebody who really knows what they are doing if you're going to do that, because you can be challenged in court. And you can find, like the example I gave earlier, you can find your court fees exceed the actual value of the contract if it all goes wrong for you. So what do we need? We still have a tender notice. So even if we publish an advance notice saying there is going to be a procurement, we publish a tender notice telling people this is how you bid for the work. And going with that is what's referred to as the associated tender document, the thing that you fill in to send back. If you're using a completely electronic process, so you publish everything online at the same time and people can submit their tenders electronically, you can use a minimum of 25 days. That's gone down from 35 days in the kind of old regulations. It can be reduced to 10 days if it's urgent and if you've published a notice in advance saying you're going to be publishing it with an urgent timescale for the work to be done. Urgent means a real urgency or emergency. It doesn't mean the council forgot to do it on time and therefore is trying to do it as quick as possible. And some new rules after the tender. So slight change in the wording, we need to select the most advantageous tender. It used to say the most economically advantageous tender. The government has removed the economic word to emphasize that it's the best tender all round for public benefit, not just which is the cheapest, which is the best price. The new thing we need to do is provide an assessment summary to each tenderer. How did we score their tender? Why didn't they? We need, for the big end contracts, we need to publish a contract award notice that says we have gone through a tender exercise, we have chosen a particular firm, and we intend to award a contract of £250,000 or whatever it may be. We then have a standstill period, which is 8 working days, which just gives anybody time to challenge if they think we've acted unlawfully, done something we shouldn't, or whatever, before we can grant that contract. And when we grant a contract, the rules do now say we need to publish a contract details notice within 30 days of letting that contract. And if it's over 5 million, we also need to publish the actual contract itself so people can see what we have agreed to. Okay, so that's a quick summary of kind of the main rules in the Act. So we just covered briefly below threshold. So anything below 214,000. So the rules are changing a little. Again, there is a duty to consider removing barriers to small or medium-sized enterprises, possibly by considering lots or looking at, have we made the process too difficult for small businesses to actually spend time jumping through all the hoops? If you're publishing a below threshold tender, so one between 30,000 including VAT and 214,000 including VAT, we need to publish a notice before tendering again. So we need to say, we are going to publish a tender on Monday the 15th or whenever it may be, if we are doing an open invitation, okay, where anybody can bid. That doesn't apply if we have picked 5 tenderers and we're going to write to them and say, would you like to submit a tender, or we'd like you to submit a tender for this particular work. Okay, so the below threshold notice is only if you're doing an open invitation. And if you are doing an open invitation, if you're advertising and saying, would you like to tender, you cannot have a stage where you restrict the tenderers based upon some kind of assessment by you of their suitability. You must go, would you like to cut our grass, and deal with what comes. Okay. If a tenderer is completely incompetent or has never cut grass before in their life and has no idea what they're doing, you can, of course, decide not to award it because they don't meet your criteria. But we can't do that at the tender stage and say, I'm sorry, you can't submit tender because we don't think you're good. It doesn't work like that. So there are things you can do, and the regulations and the guidance have made it a bit clearer. So you can invite specific firms directly. You can choose to seek quotes or proposals at different levels rather than full formal tender process. You can award without competition, but you need to be able to justify, you need to still consider your duty to achieve value for money if you can't prove that you got the best price. You can actually restrict by area or by business size if you are looking at achieving something particularly local, but do read the guidance before you start doing it, not afterwards. If you set time limits in your below threshold processes, they must be reasonable. They must give people a chance to comply with what you are actually doing. And again, once you have awarded a contract, you should publish a contract details notice as soon as possible is kind of the effective guidance in that particular circumstance. And I'll just finish up on evaluation tenders at all sizes and scales. What you do to evaluate the tender should be proportionate to the nature of the work and what they're doing. So don't have something $2 grand for a small contract, but do think about evaluating properly if it's a big contract. Anything you put in must be relevant to the subject of the contract. It shouldn't be any relevance that you've introduced for kind of political purposes or anything like that. The criteria you use must be clear and measurable, and you should explain how you're going to weight it. So if you're going to give 80% of your marks to price and 20% to quality, for example, you have to explain that and how you're going to weight it. You need to publish your evaluation criteria. You need to tell the tenderers how you are going to choose the best tender. And really, really important, keeping a decision of why you, keeping a record of why you made a particular decision, because you may know at the time, but if somebody asks you in a year's time, how did you get to that contract decision? You or your successors, if you are no longer here, still need to be able to explain why the council let that particular contract. That's my last slide. I am going to stop talking because I can see there's already quite a lot of questions that I think appearing in chat.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, as always, tons of questions. We've got 7 minutes, have we, to do questions? Yep. So what's the first question?
Yeah, so first one comes from Karen. She said, do these regulations apply in Wales?
That's a really good question. The answer would be yes, because Wales has the same law as England generally, except for some of the accounting stuff that we have because parish councils are different. So my reaction would be yes. It applies in Scotland and Northern Ireland as well, but with provisions for things for the devolved authorities to do things slightly differently as well.
Cool. We got a question from Angela Drakakis-Smith. If there are small contracts of around 5 to 6K for maintenance of communal garden, does CCT apply?
Does CCT? Well, CCT was compulsory competitive tendering, which disappeared, I think, with Margaret Thatcher. But if you mean, do you have to tender them? For anything below the 30,000 threshold, that is there's no piece of law that says you must do X, Y, or Z. It's down to your financial procedures. So you have an obligation to kind of achieve best value and value for money for your electors, and you have to be accountable for spending public money. So you need processes to make sure, for example, members of staff don't just go and award a £10,000 contract without telling the councillors. I'm not suggesting that ever happens, obviously, and things like that.
Cool. A sort of follow-up question to that, but Lisa Wilcock, what happens when no one answers the published tender notice?
That's a really good question, and the simple answer is you need to decide what to do. And the first thing to decide what to do is, did we get it wrong somewhere? And an example of that, we've had a number of those where, I think the council's written their own thing without taking any specialist advice, and they've written the most complicated specification, used very complicated words to make it, if you take grass cutting, they've made it sound like an incredibly complicated activity that nobody could actually do to their satisfaction. And people have read it and thought, I'm not bidding for that. That sounds like hell. And all it is we need somebody to cut the grass regularly. So have you got it wrong? Have you made it too complicated? Have you picked the wrong time of year? Have you given too short a timescale? Were you not very good at telling people about it and advertising the process? If you've done everything right and people haven't bid, then probably your only option is to then look for people and approach them, pick, say, 5 contractors or whatever your rules say, and go and say, would you give the tender for this work? So you might have to go back to the drawing board and start again.
Cool. Actually, a little top tip from me to help you write good tender documents. I mean, we'll be hearing from Anne Towell later, but use ChatGPT to help you write the tender document and simplify the language and everything and make it more accessible to everyone, and not, as you say, freak people out by the kind of the words used. Another question.
Yep, so we've got one from Gaynor saying, please can you confirm the below threshold values?
I'm not sure what that means. The smallest, the threshold values are the ones on the first slide. So 5.3 million and 214,000. So anything that is below those is below threshold, all the way down. Most of the rules for below threshold contracts don't apply if it's less than £30,000, including VAT. So £25,000 was that in the old rule.
I got another one from Philip Rowe. Isn't using Contract Finder contrary to this due to the requirement to apply within certain thresholds? That is probably while you were talking, that one. So
yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe Philip can just confirm in the chat what slide that
related to. Or does that make sense to you, Steve?
Yeah, so Contracts Finder is for below threshold procurement. So Contracts Finder is aimed at, and it's difficult because obviously it's aimed at goods and services purchases of less than 214,000, so between 30,000 and 214,000. But Contracts Finder would also be used, for example, for construction works up to the 5 million threshold. I think what you are going to see, because the legislation refers to, and I can't remember the words now, but they refer to it as a single point. So what we think is going to happen is Contracts Finder and Finder Tender will become a single publication point for tenders. And that makes a lot of sense. So you only have to register on one site rather than two. You only have to look on one site rather than two. And you can always put in a filter that says, show me everything under 500,000 or everything over 5 million or whatever. So we think that is going to be, but there's no sign of it actually happening on Contracts Finder or Finder Tender at the moment.
Cool. So we've got 2 minutes left. Joanne Butterworth, should we go with that? Kind of related to the other question, actually, will there be template notices so that all councils are publishing the same thing? That's a very good one, actually.
That's a very good one, and I don't know the answer to that. I mean, there is, in the Act, it does set out what you must as a minimum publish, and it's a fairly small list. So it is basically the name of the council, the date of the invitation, the date of the award, how much you've awarded, generally the contract. So, but each contract will be different. So a big grass cutting contract may be very different from a small grass cutting contract, and may be completely different from a building contract or a contract for youth service, for example.
We got a few jets flying over at the moment, but right, we've got one final question. Squeeze in this one from David Martin. What are the penalties for non-compliance with the Act?
At the big level, if you, for example, if you let a £300,000 grass cutting contract without going to open competition complying with the law, aggrieved contractors have 6 months to take you to court, and you can be penalised for failing to comply. Bearing in mind, this is international law as well. We're following the EU rules, we're following the World Trade Organization rules. Your legal bill will probably be the size of the contract you are letting if you are not careful. Okay? If it's a minor mistake, you're probably not going to get slapped very hard by anybody, but there is the potential that somebody could challenge you. The court could cancel your contract and say start again or something like that. It could be very embarrassing. It could be career threatening if you were the lot that had no idea what you were doing. So I would try and make sure you do comply with legislation in all things that you're doing.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Steve. I think that's about all we have time for today. So thanks very much again for joining us. Just a quick worth mentioning that the session is recorded today, so all the recordings and slides will be shared to everyone after the event. So it now comes to our break time. So we've got 10 minutes for a quick break, but before we do that, we do have another giveaway, and this is John's very own Diary of an RFO. So I will let John tell you more about that.
Cool. Yes, so I don't know if any of you have heard of Diary of a CEO by Stephen Bartlett. He goes on Dragon's Den. He also runs a podcast. So I thought I'd play on those words and write Diary of an RFO. Yes, so we'll be sharing that, and it's basically a simple overview of the kind of activities that you need to do throughout the year as an RFO. So I shared an infographic of it the other day, as you can see on there on Facebook, on the Clerk's Corner Facebook, and it had a lot of engagement, over 200 comments there, people really interested in it. I've been asking a few clerks and RFOs to read the draft version of it, and I've had I've improved it based on that. And it's pretty much ready to go now. So someone will drop a link into the chat there. And if you want a copy, just register. You won't get an email because we haven't kind of done that. We've been so busy trying to organize this. You won't get an email straight away, but it'll be logged. And then over the next few days when we're organized, we'll send it out to you. And it'll be a PDF. It's like 45 pages long. And it just breaks down each quarter of the year, what you're meant to be getting done within that financial quarter. And then it also has like your repeating tasks that you have to do on a quarterly basis, monthly basis, and weekly basis. So hopefully you guys all really enjoy that free resource. So we're going to breaks, and when are we back?
We will be back at 11:25, and it will be our lightning round. So it will be Stu introducing our 4 lightning round speakers. During the break, we will also be sharing the entries of the photo competition. So please do have a look in the chat. The link will be posted, and make your vote. So the winner will receive a £100 donation to their next community event.
Excellent. Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back from your break. We're going to check in with North Horsham Town Council to see how they're doing. You know, they've been mapping as much of North Horsham as possible, all their assets. They've been out there taking photos and uploading them. Now I'm going to go into the office to see how they've been doing. So remember, we started with 0 assets at the beginning. So all of you guess how many assets they have actually mapped right now. The winner, the closest, will obviously get another gift, another box of chocolates. Jess is down there in the stairwell there. Wave. So I'm going to go into their office and see how they're doing. So everyone's guessing how many assets they've actually mapped in the last, is it about 2 hours? Cool. So I'm going to walk into the office there. There they are. There's Jasmine at her desk. I'm not allowed to pan around. They said, don't pan around the office, but I'm going to pan around the office. They're all in here working away. There's Wendy, the clerk. There's one of our local constables there. There we go. Right, so we're going to do the grand reveal. Do you want to go to the dashboard there on the other slide? So how many, well, we've got to do a drum roll. How many assets have we mapped?
So we have done 248 mapped, and I have added the details for 44 of them.
Of course, it's, well, actually, do you want to zoom in there?
Yeah.
So you can zoom in. If you zoom in, those blue ones, those blue, or zoom out a little bit. The blue dots there are all the ones that you've actually done, and the grey ones, you still need to add the financial information. And you can see, yeah, there, got a lot of street furniture there. We've got 21 street furniture, monuments, lighting, etc. Shall we have a little look at all the pictures?
Yeah.
There we go. There's the gallery. So you've got lots of playground equipment that you've added, benches, etc. A rock,
memorial rock.
Oh, is that a special? Is it? Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Well done. 248. That's pretty good. So we'll be checking back in another couple of hours, and later we'll check in with the people in the field. So James out there. So now I'm going to hand over to Stuart for our lightning rounds.
Thank you very much, John. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I hope you are having a fantastic Scribefest so far. So it's time for the lightning round. We have 4 guest speakers who will each be going through a 5-minute presentation. This is going to be fast paced, so I wouldn't recommend taking too many notes, but feel free to put any questions into the chat as we will be having a Q&A session at the end. So to start with, let me introduce everyone. We have Mark Tompkins, founder and creative director of Aubergine, also the author of the NAUC Web Accessibility Handbook, and he'll be discussing the crucial elements of creating and maintaining a council website that is accessible, compliant and secure, as well as the upcoming move to the new accessibility regulations. Then we'll have Martin Boyle, security and incident response manager at Cloudy IT. He'll be talking about the government-backed Cyber Essentials framework and how this accreditation helps town and parish councils safeguard their data and systems against cyber threats. Then we will have Tracy Fisher, one of our very own support accountants here at Scribe. Tracy works with hundreds of town and parish and community councils and delivers training on a range of different financial aspects. Also, she'll have, with budgeting season fast approaching, apologies, today she'll be sharing her 5 top tips on budgeting and forecasting to help you prepare. Then we will have Claire Lucas, parish clerk and founder of the UK Ducks in a Row Limited. She has a passion for empowering others to leverage tools and techniques to enhance their daily work. And today she'll be sharing her top tips on time management and organization. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Hopefully everyone can see that. Mark, how are you? Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Yeah.
Good stuff. 5 minutes. Take it away.
All right, everybody. My name is Mark Tompkins. I'm from Aubergine, and Aubergine are one of the leading expert firms in the country, providing full, accessible and compliant websites for parish and town councils. I'm going to give you a 5-minute masterclass on what website accessibility is. It is a way of presenting information for people with disabilities on your website. They might use assistive technology such as hardware or software to help them interact with websites and things such as screen readers for people who have sight loss or low vision. That's going to help them get the information off the page if they don't necessarily in a visual way. That's quite important. Well, it matters because 1 in 5 people in every community has a disability or a situation that makes it difficult for them to access websites in the way that perhaps you or I do. They might have something like color blindness or dyslexia, but they might have physical disabilities as well. And that's really important. Unfortunately, websites are not built accessible by default. They've got to be made in a special way. Those pieces of software and hardware called assistive technology require a website to be built in a certain way so that it can interact and work for them. Just because it's a brand new website does not mean it's accessible or compliant. That's really important. The law has been around since 2018. It's known as WCAG 2.1 AA. From next month, October 2024, those regulations will change to WCAG 2.2 AA as the minimum standard. This is an international standard for web developers to follow to make sure that it meets the requirement and works with assistive technology. As I said, websites are not built in an accessible way by default. You've got to make sure that it's specified when you commission your website that it meets that level, because it won't by default. And if you do have a website that's not accessible, you are creating barriers for your parishioners. Those 20%, 1 in 5 of your community, they will struggle to access the information that they're legally entitled to. Public information is for everybody. So got to make sure that you have all of the information on the website without barrier. That is the key thing here, without barrier, because not just the legal right to access the information, but also it's the right thing to do. So we're going to get stuck into, oh yeah, there we go. That's what I just said. But it's the right thing to do. And we're going to get stuck into some tips, what you can do on a day-to-day basis. Let's go. Images and graphics. I'm sure you know this. If you add an image to a website, you've got to make sure it's got a textual description, alt text that describes what's in the image. If you've done a poster, also make sure that the salient info of the poster is typed out on the page, especially things like events, dates, times, locations. That's important. Another really, really important element is making sure link text is descriptive. Don't use click here or download. It's not descriptive enough. It doesn't tell the user where they're going. Make your link text descriptive, such as Parish Council Minutes, September 2024, or the Cambridge County Council website. That's really important. Also, another really important thing when it comes to links, don't paste the whole URL onto the web page, because assistive technology will read it 1 letter at a time. And I can tell you, HTTP : is very boring and very dull, and it makes it a terrible experience for people with disabilities. Good, clear, concise text typeface. Make sure that it's not too small, it's not colored, it's not too fancy. That's a really important thing to make sure that the person who's interacting with the page, they might not have a disability as such, but they might have a learning disability or a reading related disability. Just like as we get old, sight issues. So good, clear text and font. That's a really important thing. Not at the table, Carlos. Well, tables are terrible for accessibility. Tables don't have any navigation in them. You can't navigate yourself around a website. Have you ever tried tabbing your way through a table? It goes in a crazy order. So try and avoid tables. Only use them for numerical information. Tables that come out of Excel and things like that, financial information, that will have embedded headings and rows. So that's really important. Avoid tables if you can. Add structure to your page. Heading classes, H1, H2, H3, H4. That's really important. Make sure that your page is constructed using those, and don't choose the headings based on how they look. It's really important because that's how a lot of screen readers will navigate through the page. Colors and contrasts also very, very important. Making sure that, like my slide here, there's high contrast between the words on the page and the background. That's really important to make sure for people who have sight issues, color blindness, and similar sorts of issues. So moving on, making sure that the documents you upload are accessible. PDFs that come out of Microsoft Word, as long as you've ran the accessibility checker within Word, it's been there since 2016, the resulting PDF will be fine to use. Actually putting the content onto the web page is a really good idea. Last one. Well, a couple more. Write for people who aren't clerks. Try and avoid acronyms. That's really important. I know we need to use them from time to time, but explain what the acronyms are. We all on this session know what AGAR means, but your member of your public won't. That's just a simple explanation of the, because also screen readers will enunciate acronyms one letter at a time. So how do you do this? Well, measure twice, cut once. Make sure you've got a checking process. Use a free web browser tool called Wave by WebAIM. You can install it onto your Chrome or your Edge, and you can check a page at a time, and it'll tell you, give you a quick snapshot how accessible the page is and if you've got any errors that you need to address. That's a really good thing to make sure that you do. Making a statement. Make an accessibility statement. Please do not copy somebody else's accessibility statement. An accessibility statement is a reflection of your council's approach to accessibility. Make sure that you use one of the model documents available from your local council association or NAUC and update it. After all, it is an official document. Make sure that council ratify it. That's really important. It's a policy. Look, this is not an inconvenience. These regulations have been around since 2018. This is an opportunity to talk to 20% of your community that actually thus far have struggled to get your message. So it's really good for increasing that community engagement. But as I've said, it's not just the law, but it's the right thing to do. It's quite a complex thing. So if you get stuck, ask for help. Ask anybody at Aubergine. There's 12 of us, and we can set you off on the right foot. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mark. Remember, any questions, put them in the chat. We'll be doing Q&A at the end. But let's jump across to Martin. Martin, are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go, 5 minutes. Take it away.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin. I'm the Cybersecurity and Incident Response Manager here at Cloudy IT. I'm going to be just taking a few minutes to tell you briefly about Cyber Essentials. What is Cyber Essentials? So Cyber Essentials is a government-backed certification scheme. It provides organisations, including councils, with a base layer of protection against the most common cyber threats. The goal is simple: establish a basic security standard that anyone can implement, including councils. By achieving the certification, your council can put essential security measures in place to defend against the majority of cyber attacks. Cybersecurity is important for councils because we are increasingly adopting digital platforms, and in those platforms, we're holding a lot of personal information about residents, vendors, suppliers. And unfortunately, we're seeing an increase in cyber criminals who are aware of this and also vulnerabilities that they can use to leverage getting access to that information. Yeah, it's something that we're seeing increasingly. So it's crucial to take steps to prevent access to any of your information. Some of the common types of cyber attacks that we're seeing across councils are phishing attacks. So we see these quite a lot. Happens to be over emails, something kind of worded or made to look perhaps like an email from one of your councillors, or from the clerk to the councillors. Can we get access to some information? Can we have you buy a voucher? So we're seeing that. Phishing attacks. Ransomware is obviously one that we're all familiar with, and we see quite often in the media. Happens very, very frequently, unfortunately. And then just general data breaches. So information not being secured correctly, then it's accessible. People have got access to it. It's not a good time. And then finally, malware and viruses. These are very common things and are very easy to prevent, but people aren't using the correct tools to kind of keep ahead of them. catch them, prevent them, and ultimately keep us all safe. So the 5 key areas that Cyber Essentials looks at are firewalls, so protecting our boundary. This is everything between our services and the internet. Having a secure configuration, so making sure that we are minimizing our attack vector. So, you know, we don't have RDP open to the internet. We're not allowing people to connect to us who we're not aware of. User access control, this is a really big one. So making sure that we know who has access to our information internally and that they need that access. So, you know, we don't have all our financial documents open to everybody in the council just because it's easy. Malware protection, again, seems like a very simple thing, but having something in place to make sure that we're seeking out malware and viruses is important. And then finally, patch management. Again, this is another one that seems really simple, but not enough people have in place. So making sure we know where all our software is, what do we have, how do we use it, and importantly, are we making sure that we update it? Just because it was safe at one point in time doesn't mean it's safe going forward. Moving on, sensitive data. One of the primary reasons for implementing Cyber Essentials is making sure that we protect our sensitive data. This can be everything. We're talking public records, financial information, personal details about our staff, residents, members of the public that we deal with. And making sure that we know, again, where is that information? How are we securing it? Who has access to it? And how long are we holding it? By adopting Cyber Essentials, we're essentially taking a proactive approach to make sure that we have all that information and that we're taking care of the data to ensure its security. One of the benefits of Cyber Essentials being that it's aimed at organizations of all sizes is that it is affordable and scalable. The scheme is designed to be accessible to all organizations. So this will come across for small, you know, very small village councils, parish councils, all the way through to your larger kind of town councils, and can be achieved. It's a self-assessment. So, you know, we can go through the questionnaire, we can self-assess, and then we can decide at that point, where are our weak points? Where do we need to go? How do we shore these up? And you can then engage with an IT partner such as Cloudy IT or, you know, whoever your IT happens to be, to put measures in place to help protect against those things. Building public trust and confidence. Cyber Essentials is there to help demonstrate that your council has taken a proactive approach towards your cybersecurity and to convey a sense of confidence. So by achieving the certification, you're getting a certificate, a badge that you can display on your website, on your emails. You also then go on a central database at the National Centre for Cybersecurity that can be searched by anybody that you work with to show that, yes, you have done this framework, you are compliant with all of these steps, and most importantly, you are thinking about other people's cybersecurity as well as your own, which is very important as we continue to move into a more digital central world, especially for town and parish councils. This is something that we've all greatly adopted more and more, especially since COVID. It's great to be able to convey that sense of, yes, we do take our cybersecurity for ourselves and for you, member of the public, vendor, whoever it might be. We take that very seriously. So compliance and legal benefits. Cyber Essentials can also help meet legal and compliance benefits or obligations, particularly when it comes to things like GDPR. This is a big one, obviously, that we all deal with day in, day out, sometimes without even noticing it. But failing to protect the personal data can obviously result in significant fines and legal consequences. By following the guidelines set out within Cyber Essentials, we're able to reduce that risk of a data breach, but then also demonstrate that we are complying with these rules and regulations that we have, and it can help to reduce our liability and the risk of a breach. So next steps, getting certified. starting, assess your current posture. So the framework for Cyber Essentials is available online. And then this will give you the kind of things you need to be looking for. So do we have a firewall in place? Is that a software firewall? Is it a physical one? How's our data laid out? Go through, assess your posture. Where are you? This will help you identify your weak spots. Once we have that, we can start with the self-assessment. So we can go through, we can now answer, yes, we have a firewall. Yes, we have an information security policy. We do know who has access to what. And you can build out this framework. We can then put in the security measures in place that we're missing. Once we feel like we're done, we're then able to apply for the certification through an approved body who will essentially just verify that the answers that we've given, the policies that we've said that we've got and that we've kind of written up do kind of meet the steps. Conclusion. Cyber Essentials, yes, it's great for councils. Like I say, there's not much for councils here that many people have in place. So having this in place then allows you to convey that sense of security and confidence, which is very important.
Fantastic, great work. Thank you so much, Martin. Appreciate it. So let's move along. We next have Tracy. Tracy, take it away.
Thanks very much, Stu. Hi, I'm Tracy and I'm one of the support team here at Scribe. A big thank you to everyone who's joining us today and welcome back to those that I've spoken to before. For my 5-minute round, I wanted to give you our 5 top tips on budgeting and forecasting. So starting with common budgeting worries. These tend to be lack of support, lack of time or lack of confidence, and issues with the current budget, or that you might be uncomfortable with the budgeting process. So this feeds into top tip number 1, which is to schedule time. So this is thinking about your time. So hopefully you already have your meetings scheduled to review and approve your budget and your precept, but this is thinking about you and your time. So allocate specific time in your diary. Budgeting is really important as ultimately we want to result in a precept, which is a key and important task. So we need to dedicate some specific time to this. Work back from those scheduled budget meetings so that you have a time frame to work to, a deadline that you know you can meet. And if you can, delegate and involve other people where possible. Give them some work to do towards the budget. If you do this, then obviously make sure that you give them clear deadlines to work to so that you still have time to put this information together. Top tip number 2 is to forecast. So forecasting is estimating the income and the spend for the remaining months to get that likely or expected end of year position. And you can then compare that to the budget. Do forecast for complete months. Now is an ideal time as we're nearly at the end of September. So we have the prior 6 months of actual data, and we can then forecast for the next 6 months to give that complete year. Do be realistic with your predictions. Make sure that you include everything you think is going to happen. So if your predictions mean that you expect to be overspent, then this should be what the forecast shows. This is an example of a sheet that we have as part of our free budgeting and forecasting toolkit. We will post a link to all delegates. There is a space where you can put in the budget, the actuals to date, and then the forecast that you're predicting, along with any comments or justifications. Once you've got that, compare the forecast to your budget and view those one at a time or line by line. Obviously, you're going to have to consider one-off or unexpected items, as well as things like inflation and the cost of living crisis, which makes everything that little bit harder as well. Top tip number 3, don't be afraid to start again. So whilst this might seem quite an extreme option, you may have come into a situation where your budget is not fit for purpose. It's either not detailed enough or it might be too detailed. So if it is inaccurate, it's better just to revamp it. In this case, you're likely to use zero-based budgeting. That is starting from scratch. So ignore the previous budget, ignore the current budget, that all goes in the bin. A blank piece of paper, start again. Build it up in a format that you want, so it's meaningful to you. This would be relevant if once you've done your forecast, it's inaccurate and it differs vastly from the current budget. Or of course, if you have new projects or new elements in your budget, then you'd need to consider those too. Top tip number 4, I think this is the most important one, make notes. Keep records of the decisions made. It's easy to go through the budget process now. Then by the time we get to April, the new budget comes in. What did we decide? Why is that number that number? So it's really important to make notes to act as an aid memoir for the decisions that you made and why. Then for the actual budget itself, notes are key for lines that have changed considerably. What changed? Why did it change? Notes for those lines that are estimated. What was the assumption? And those that are made up of multiple elements. Really important there. It's also a really good idea to keep notes throughout the year that you can then refer back to so that you use them to remember what specific costs do you know? What one-off or unexpected items do you need to exclude or include? What specific changes do you need to make to the budget? And then top tip number 5 is to monitor the budget. So it's not just about the precept. The budget gives you a good overview of your financial position and also aids with decision making. If you have a good understanding of the budget and you review it regularly, you're more likely to have an accurate budget as well as an awareness and understanding of the things that are likely to impact it. It is important to have regular budget meetings. Make sure you are comparing those actuals to your budget. To do this, you will of course need a good cash book, and that needs to be based on those budget lines. It's really key to make sure that you're actually allocating those transactions to the correct budget lines so that it's easy for you to review. It's also important that all members of the council understand the budget. Some are obviously always going to be naturally more financially knowledgeable and experienced than others. But if you can involve everybody in understanding the importance of the budget and also your budget itself, that's really going to help. So to recap then, those top tips are to schedule time, to forecast, don't be afraid to start it again if you need to, make notes, more notes, and continually monitor the budget. So a real quick roundup there. Hope you found some of it useful. If you'd like to come along to a longer session where we cover things in a lot more detail and think about how inflation impacts as well, then there's a date there you can sign up for on Scribe Academy. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Tracy. So we're on to our 4th and final one for the first lightning round. Claire, are you ready?
I think so.
Good stuff. I'll start sharing the slide.
Okay.
Take it away.
Hello, I am Claire Lucas. I'm the director of Ducks in a Row, and for me it's all about helping people and organisations get organised behind the scenes and talking about time management top tips. So time is a valuable resource. How do we manage it wisely when we have all of these different demands that are being pulled? We're being pulled in every direction. So hopefully these top tips are going to kind of help you work your way through some techniques that can help you to manage your time more wisely when we're constantly being asked to reprioritize. So firstly, we're going to look at how we prioritize tasks and how do we actually focus on what's most important first. So anything that's urgent needs to be done straight away. How do we make sure that those urgent tasks don't get kind of lost further down our to-do list, which is very easy to do when we've got tasks coming at us at every angle in the role of a clerk. So think about how you're going to use to-do lists effectively and how you're going to capture all of those tasks that you need. Break those tasks into smaller steps and be realistic. Don't create a list that has got way more on it than you know that you can actually do in a day. It's really important that we look at what's on that list and what's at the top and what's at the bottom. So it is all about how we kind of break those tasks down. Now, this is something that I use all the time. Time blocking really, for me, helps me focus. And I assign blocks of time for each task. So I use my calendar and I block out a couple of hours for all different tasks that I need to do to ensure that everything gets done and I've allocated enough time for those tasks, rather than a day running away with me, looking at a list thinking, oh, I've got all of this to do. Actually, if you say, right, for the next 2 hours, I'm going to focus on doing the finances. I'm going to focus on whatever it might be. Now, batching similar tasks together is a real game changer in terms of efficiency. So our brains naturally can't jump between tasks very easily. So if you are in a spreadsheet and then you've got to write some content for a newsletter, or then you've got to go and do something else, that's not how our brains work. So if you've got finance tasks, try and batch them together and block that time out, and do those when your brain's in number mode. If you've got lots of content to write, whether you're, creating some social media posts or you're putting together those newsletters, sit down and be creative and allow yourself the time to block out the time to write content. So group similar tasks for efficiency. That really helps us streamline what we do. Now, this is easier said than done. Limit distractions. I mean, on average, workers lose 2.5 hours a day to distractions and ineffective task switching. How many times are we sitting in the middle of doing something, trying to concentrate, and we've got notifications going off on our phone? If you can, when you are trying to focus, try and minimize all of those distractions. You don't have to look at your emails every 5 minutes. You don't have to look at your notifications every 5 minutes. Try and find yourself a quiet space. Again, easier said than done sometimes, but allowing yourself that time to actually focus and be more productive. Because when we're switching between tasks, our brain gets very confused and we are not as productive as we could be. So make sure that you limit those. Now, I don't know how many of you have heard of Eat That Frog. Brian Tracy came up with this in 2001, and basically it means get the worst job of the day done first thing in the morning. So whatever it is that you hate doing, get up, get on with it, tick it off the list and move on to the next one. For me, I don't particularly like writing minutes, and I would put them off. And as the day goes on, I put them off and off. Actually, if I get up, have a cup of coffee, write my minutes, I can get that out of the way. And then I can be a lot more productive because I haven't got it hanging over me and I'm not thinking about it all day when I'm doing other tasks, thinking, I've still got to do that. I've still got to do it. So you can use that phrase, eat the frog. Embrace technology. There are lots and lots of free tools out there that are designed to help you streamline processes. Now, whether or not you're a Microsoft or a Google user, a lot of tools are available as part of your package. There's loads of free tools out there that you probably already buy into. It's just whether or not you're using them for efficiency. You've got other free tools, Trello for managing projects. There's Canva, there's a free version of all of these where you can create your social media designs, MailChimp for creating your newsletters to send out, and Meta Business Suite if you are wanting to batch together some of your social media posts and get them scheduled for the next week or month or however long you want to do that for. So embrace the technology that's out there. Go and have a look and have a play at it. Now, manage your emails. That might be easier said than done, you might think, but they can be a time drain. So there are ways that we can help ourselves. How many folders have we got? How easy is it to find things in our emails? I don't like to have an inbox that's got more than 20 emails sat in there. It makes me really overwhelmed. So I have to use my folders so that everything is where I know I can find it. And I touched upon this earlier, actually just allowing yourself to check your emails first thing in the morning, at lunchtime, and before you finish will free you up for the rest of the day rather than being distracted by every notification that comes in. If you're checking them 3 times a day, you're not going to miss anything that's urgent, but it does mean that you are going to be able to focus on the other tasks that you need to do without constantly being dragged back into your emails thinking, I'll just quickly reply to that. And then you've lost your train of thought for what else it was that you were doing that you've then got to go back to. So that's one of my tips. Take regular breaks. Now, we all know that resting improves productivity, and it's not always that easy to do, but whether that's just going for a quick walk at lunchtime, switching off for half an hour, going and grabbing, a coffee, just getting away from our desk clears our mind. And actually, what I find is if I go for a walk at lunchtime, I can then think more clearly about what I need to then prioritize that afternoon. So it might be that I've been so bogged down in it, I'm going through my list of everything that I need to do, feeling a little bit overwhelmed. Actually, I take a break and go, right, if there's one thing that I need to do today that's a priority, it's this. And then you can go back to your desk and you can actually get on, refocus, be more productive. And that's what it's all about. It's all of these little techniques that are there to help us. Sometimes we think we can't afford to take a break away from our desk. We're so busy. But when I do that and I actually make the time, I get more done, which sounds crazy. You think, if you just sit at your desk and plow through, you're going to, get much more done than if you take a break. I don't think that that's true. So take regular breaks. And review and reflect regularly. Adjust your plans to stay on track. So we might have a to-do list and we might know exactly what we think that we should be doing. What happens if somebody comes to you and asks for something urgent? How do you manage that? We need to be able to go through those lists and react accordingly and move things around and make sure that we've got some of those tasks that we can move so that we can reprioritize. So in order to achieve our goals, we have to adjust our plans to stay on track because we don't know what's going to drop into our lap. Now, declutter your workspace. I end up sometimes just having piles of things sat around because I'm in meetings and then paperwork stacks up. And actually, I can't think that straight when I've got stuff all around me. So every so often, it is really nice to take 20 minutes to just tidy things up, file things away, go through your emails, file stuff electronically, clear your desk, and refocus on what it is that you actually need to do. And then just enjoy it. Sit there with your nice surroundings, go and make a cuppa, take your little breather, and then come back and you will be much more productive to move on. Master your calendar. Use your calendar as a central planning tool. So I know lots of people still love pen and paper and they still love a paper calendar or diary. For me, I could not live without my Google Calendar. Every single thing goes on there. I time block on there. All of my personal things go on. I know if I look at my calendar, I'm not going to double book anything because that is where everything gets put. And that is the only way that I can stay organized with my super busy life. So moving on, standard operating procedures. So set routines to streamline repetitive tasks. We all have those tasks that we have to do on repeat. And actually, sometimes they can be quite boring. We might want to put them off. How do we streamline that? I've already mentioned using some technology. Have a look and see what templates are out there to help you. And just really kind of come up with your own system of how you do that. Now, this is something that we're told all the time. Oh, we must be the queen or king of multitasking. Actually, I'm here to tell you that you need to avoid multitasking altogether. It can reduce productivity by as much as 40%, as it takes longer to switch between those tasks, and it also increases the likelihood of errors. So, like I said earlier, if we're going from one thing to another, it's not how our brains are programmed. Now, with this one, I'm not telling you not to do your job. I'm not saying say everybody, no, I'm not going to do that. But learning to say not right now is going to help you protect your time by setting some boundaries. So if somebody comes to you and says, oh, could you just do this? The conversation might be, is it really urgent? Does it need to be done right this second? Which leads into how we work on priorities. So it's okay to say to somebody, I can do it for you, but manage their expectations and say, I can do it for you when you can fit it in realistically. If it's not urgent, you don't have to say, oh, yes, I'll do that straight away. Manage your time and other people's exhibition. You know what I mean? Stay flexible. So this is one of the things that I do every week is on a Friday, I build in some mop-up time. So on a Friday afternoon, I block out time in my calendar. And it's basically for any task that I've started that I haven't quite finished, I allow myself that time to get rid of things on my to-do list before I go into the weekend so that I can forget about, those things, enjoy time with my family. Spending 10 to 12 minutes planning your day in a morning can save you up to 2 hours of wasted time and effort throughout the day. So sitting down, being really focused, working out what your priorities are for that day, what are the 2 things that you have to achieve. If you sit down and do that, you're not going to be procrastinating over your list all day or trying to think, oh, what do I need to do? You are going to make sure that you streamline things and you get through your time a lot better. So that's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Claire. We won't have time for the Q&A. We've ran slightly over, so I'm really sorry about that, but I'm sure you can reach out and help out, reach out to the guys, and help out if they can. So I will be passing back over to John.
Good stuff. Yeah, so any of the speakers, jump into the Zoom chat. You've got a whole bunch of questions in there, and if you could go and answer them, that'd be really great. Over to you, Jess.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to all of the lightning round speakers. So next up, we're going to jump straight into our next session, and we'll be joined by Paul Reynolds, who's the Audit Director of Fair Accountant. He has been working in the local government internal auditing scene for over 50 years. And I know we spoke earlier in June, Paul, and I think around that time you were just coming to the end of about 250 audits with you and the team. So Paul today is going to be sharing his experience of the 23-24 internal audits and the common got years, so how we can learn from that and best practice going forward. So.
Excellent. And also just to say, yeah, we're running 10 minutes behind at the moment, so we just need to keep on time, and also we're probably going to lose 10 minutes of lunch, but yes. Over to you, Paul.
Welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, from an absolutely wet Hampshire, so not too good down this way. I hope it's better where you are. As they said, I'm Audit Director for Fair Account. We do about 250 between us for the south and southwest of England. Each year, there are various things that crop up that the external auditor would like to have verified and done for the following year. We have a session with them, usually a debrief in about October, November, and we resolve those issues, hopefully to give advice to our clients to get it right for next time round. Just to give you a small idea for this year, hopefully you've pretty well all cleared your AGARs for this year and had them back. I know some are still waiting, so I hope it's good news. It's a nil report when it comes back. The first one is timing is everything. You have the notice of public rights that you have to issue out each year. One thing that is cropping up occasionally is that on there are an ABC of dates. A is the date of announcement of the notice. B and C set the parameters for the 30 days that you have to give to your parishioners to come forward with any views or comments or look at your records. The crucial thing is that A has to be at least 24 hours before B. Therefore, otherwise, if you don't do it that way, they would say you're only giving your parishioners 29 days. I know it's a small point, but they're hot on it. So let's get that one right. The next one is order matters. When you come to do your minutes for the governance on the AGAR and your accounting sheet, which are sheets 1 and 2, always make sure that you minute the governance one first. So depending on whether you have Roman numerals or A's and B's or 0.12, always make sure the governance one is done first, and then secondly, the accounting one. So you minute them in the correct order. The next thing is there was an interesting thing last year when BDO won the contract back to do the external audit for the next 5 years for about 5 counties. They've introduced something to do with, it's the equivalent, I suppose, of a sort of declaration of interests that you'd have at a meeting with your councillors. And it's really to say, any of the staff or do any of the councillors know anybody that works for BDO at Southampton, where their headquarters is? I think it's just they've had some problems in the past with Carillion and so on, and taken a battering over that. So I think they're keen to be very transparent and above board. So that's something that you may have seen this year, which you hadn't previously, but could be something that PKF and Mazars and Moores bring in as well. I'm not sure, but certainly down in our area, those are certainly coming through. The next one is to do with trust funds. Hopefully they've made it a little easier this year. I know there's been a lot of problems the last 2 years with clarity of do you tick yes, no, or not applicable. Hopefully this year it was very clear, plain. We've been on to them for at least 2 years to get it right. I think this year they did get it right. So hopefully that's something just to look out for. And if you have got a trust fund, just remember, don't include any figures from it on your AGAR totals. The next one is occasionally a council will go from receipts and payments into an income and expenditure basis, where for 3 consecutive years they're over the 200,000. And again, that's something that they're keen to look at. You can't just keep going forward with the receipts and payments. You have to do the conversion. But normally ones like Scribe, RBS, there are other brands available, will help you through that process to get you right. But just remember that as soon as you go over that limit for the 3 years, you have to convert into the income and expenditure, and then probably you'll be in it from then on. The next thing is to do with assets. I know that's something that John's very got close to his heart at the moment with the new asset register system coming out from Scribe. But the main thing with that is keep it updated. Crucial thing is add stuff to the inventory as you go, put it on your register, make sure it's insured, because sometimes they will ask for a copy of your insurance policy and a copy of your asset register, and they'll be expecting to see certain particularly larger items like play areas, new laptops. If you've got a whole new system, if you're a town council coming in, they want to see it on there, and they want to see that you're covering it for insurance. Secondly, it's quite useful to do an annual check of your so-called assets, because sometimes you don't have them anymore, particularly if you haven't done it for a while, and you may be paying a premium on your insurance for items you no longer have. Secondly, you can delete those, leaving the item on there, but say sold or given away or whatever, but just so that it's there for people to see, totally transparent. And the good thing with that is that if you've got serial numbers, which most electrical products have, particularly IT systems, particularly outside equipment for your groundsmen, rangers, that type of thing, they will always have a plate on there with a serial number. The insurance company like that, because obviously if you've got 12 IT items and one gets stolen, how do you know which one it is when it's gone? Or if it goes up in smoke, you can't go back and look at the serial number. And sometimes they can be a little picky on if they're going to give you the money back, which is quite crucial from your point of view. The next thing is to do with VAT. Again, they're pretty hot on if you don't make your claims. What I would say there is it's obviously in your interest to do it, because it's very good for your cash flow. You get the money in a lot quicker. The larger councils tend to do it monthly or quarterly. Even if you're a small one, make sure you do it regularly, annually, because you get that money and it's your money. It can come back in, and sometimes it can help towards perhaps a shortage for a project you're wanting to do. So make sure you get your VAT claims in, get them back. The other thing just to mention there is there's been a drive with the government gateway to get these new numbered accounts in for everybody, so that to try and log your financial year into the system, because some councils got out of kilter and they were, say, putting in May for the equivalent of Q1. So there was 1 quarter from a previous year and 2 in the following year. So if you go through the government gateway, you can rearrange your financial year, so you do it either quarterly or annually, but it is the full financial year. So there's no overlap, and it's not going to trip you up in any shape or form. Again, they're quite hot on those sorts of things. The next thing is to do with insurance cover, as we mentioned earlier. Make sure that when you buy something, if it is a new item, make sure it's covered in there. Even if it's just street furniture, they'll just uplift that by the value of whatever you've added to the system. Some give a little more detail and they'll say 50 benches or whatever, but normally it's encased within an overall total. The next thing I was going to say is cropped up in 2 or 3 occasions this year. The external auditor always has what they call a thematic approach to this. On your governance sheets, there are 10 items which you are ticking yes or no to, in most cases, hopefully yes. And obviously on the internal auditors one, there is a similar thing saying, are they doing this correctly? Are they doing it at all? So we have to tick off, you have to tick off. Now, what they tend to do is pick one of those each year for the 5% candidates, the ones that the computer selects as having some extra documents to be produced, or indeed for the intermediate audits, that's the really big councils that have this process every year. So that theme is then chosen, and this year it seems to be about internal audit and internal controls. Have you got an internal control system documented for the bigger councils? Secondly, and this is a crucial one, this has happened on several this year, have you actually confirmed in your minutes that who your internal auditor is for the financial year you're in? So you're in 24-25 now. Have you already minuted that, in our case, Fair Account is your auditor for this year? They seem to want it each year. Even if there is, say, a 3-year contract or a 5-year contract, they want it put in each year. I know a lot of clerks have a May meeting agenda where they put a lot of items in. They update, say, standing orders, financial regs. Just add it in there as a single one-liner just to say who your auditor is. Obviously, it's even more crucial when you have a change of auditor, because you want to say ABC Limited is going to be our auditor for this year. And the other thing to remember, and again, they're hot on this, particularly if you are changing, is that you have a letter of engagement with your internal auditor. This basically is where you and they, probably you've gone through a tendering process with 2 or 3 auditors coming in quoting, you selected the one you want, that gets minuted, which one's won the contract. You also say to them, right, that's the price that we're going to pay for the audit. What we want is these items checked. And with the frequency of audit, it may be that if you're a bigger council, you might want a half year, a 3/4, and an end of year one, or you might want 4 quarters done with an AGAR one at the end. This sets the scene for that. It gives the frequency of the audit, the areas you want covered. In most cases, you would simply say you want it audited as per the practitioner's guide, which is updated each year. That's fine. But if there are specific things to your council that say other councils don't have, like joint cemetery boards or something like that, you might just want to add that into the remit that you're giving to your internal auditor. And then when that letter goes out with your letterhead on, it sets the clarity for the 3-year contract, the 5-year contract, or indeed a rolling contract, as I call it, where you have the same auditor each year, but you simply say, each year, yes, we're minuting, we want you to be it. I've said, yes, we're happy to continue. You said, we want you to continue. It's all done. If you want to change, you then go through the tender process, as we already mentioned, and do it that way round. So that's quite a good tip with that one. Another little one that's cropped up this year is, and it's a fairly obvious one if you think about it, when you purchase new equipment, assets, etc., could be a new play area and so on, obviously, your assets in box 9 will go up by the equivalent amount. Obviously, maybe several purchases. But also, of course, your other payments in box 6 will have gone up. So what's happening is sometimes the clerk, when they do their variance reports on each of the rows, they're forgetting to say, oh, yes, we're giving the variance in box 9 as these 3 new items totaling 10,000 or something. But when they do the explanation for box 6, they're not always saying, 10,000 was assets and other bits and pieces as well. So that again is something where they're looking to make sure that you know where your variances are coming from. You're not just fobbing them off by adding figures together and sort of calling it some kind of miscellaneous heading, if you like. So that's quite a good way of doing it. But I would say those are the crucial ones this year. Good luck for the forthcoming year, 24-25. Obviously, we will be having this debrief with them coming up in probably a month or two's time. And obviously, we can then pass that information back through, John, back to you as and when we have it. But hopefully that's been of some help to you for at least 24-25 year. Okay, John, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good hand over there. Thank you very much, Paul. Much appreciated. So the next speaker is Victoria Howell. She is a registered nurse specialising in menopause. She's got over 2 decades experience with the NHS and also training with the British Menopause Society. Really excited to have you come along to speak today, Victoria. It's kind of something that's kind of big in our family. My wife, just kind of happily going along in her 40s and early 40s, and then over time started getting more anxious, really not sleeping at night, and actually also not being, she's quite a happy person, not being happy, you know, with being joyful kind of family situations, and she actually in those, you know, felt no joy. So actually a friend at some point invited her along to a menopause meetup, and she went along there, and it suddenly all made a lot of sense for her. Everything that was mentioned made a lot of sense. And then she went to the local, we got an amazing local nurse here in North Walsham, very lucky, and she's had a lot of help since then. And then there was a menopause kind of event for men to go along. I didn't go along to that, but I did watch the Davina McCall documentaries, which were really good. So for all that, and also, in our own team, we have a mixture of 40 and 50-year-olds in our team. So menopause is obviously a big topic as well. And a lot of clerks are kind of in that age group. So, really looking forward to hearing about what you're going to talk to today. Over to you, Victoria.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Eva and Jessica, for inviting me to Scribefest to speak to you today on menopause. There's so much I could talk to you about, but I've got 15 minutes, so I'll pack in the key points that hopefully will help you all. So as John said, I'm a registered nurse. I specialise in the menopause. I've worked in senior clinical management. I'm also a coach mentor, and I'm a British Menopause Society accredited CB facilitator. I work in clinical practice as well as corporate. So I do accredited menopause training for managers and champions. And I'm also a co-founder and co-director of the Women's Health Education Network, CIC, along with the practice nurse from North Walsham, Donna Luce, who you alluded to. So this is an overview of what we're going to be talking about. But first of all, if you can use your emojis, can you please put an emoji up if you identify as female? And can you put an emoji up if you identify as male? And those of you who identify as transgender or non-binary. Thank you for that. So this is why everybody needs to know about menopause, okay? It's not something that only women need to know about, okay? Whether it's your partner, as John said, whether it's your colleague, whether it's your manager, whether it's a direct report or a peer, menopause touches all of us, okay? This is the NICE definition. So NICE, for those of you who don't know, is the National Institute of Clinical Healthcare and Excellence. This portrays a natural menopause. So it's 12 months after an individual's last menstrual period. Now, I don't have time to go through all the different types of menopause, but we need to be aware of transgender, natural, surgical, medical, early menopause. And also I will explain about premature menopause, because a lot of people think menopause is something that just happens to older women in their 40s and 50s. It can occur at any age. Premature ovarian insufficiency, or POI as we call it, affects 1 in 100 women under the age of 40, 1 in 1,000 women under 30, and 1 in 10,000 women under 20. And I know individuals as young as 12 who has EOI. And this can be a result of endometriosis, autoimmune disease. However, 90% is idiopathic. But is there any other types of menopause? I keep hearing a lot of noise about the male menopause. Well, no, there's no such thing as the male menopause, even though there may be a lot of noise about it, because males were not born with a uterus. However, there is the andropause, and this does occur between the ages of 40s and 50s, and the symptoms can be similar to that of the menopause: reduced libido, erectile dysfunction, reduced sleep, energy, concentration. Anyway, I digress. I'd like to talk to you about the socio-economic impact that menopause has in the workplace. And yes, menopause individuals are the fastest growing workforce demographic. Now, the Police Federation of England and Wales did some research in 2018 for all their employees. It was all about sickness. 44% of individuals who had time off due to menopause symptoms had not shared with their managers the reason they were off was to do with the menopause, whether that was through fear of judgment, fear that they felt that they may not be able to do their roles, we don't know. But to continue with some statistics, I want to explain that ACAS commissioned YouGov to do some more research. And the outcome of that was that they recommended that organisations, or all organisations, need to be implementing policy, and not just a policy that is there for people when they desperately need it, but it's there for practical help. Now, just out of interest, how many working days do you think are lost due to menopause each year, sorry. And I'm not talking about an individual here. Feel free to pop it in the chat. I'm not talking about individuals here. I'm talking about UK-wide. So how many working days do you feel may be lost? Well, the figure is a whopping 14 million. 14 million days lost each year. And this compares to anxiety, where you can see there were 13.7 million days lost, and back pain, 31. Now, the Office of National Statistics, put my teeth in properly, they report that anxiety costs our economy £28.3 billion annually, and back pain circa 20 billion. So menopause is up there with it. However, think back to the last slide, the Police Federation's research. If a whopping 44% had not shared the reason they were off sick, I do suspect that with a lot more widespread research, that figure of 14 million may actually be a lot higher. Now, John mentioned Davina. She's helped to raise the awareness of menopause in the public domain, and there's a lot of people on social media talking about it. As people have become more aware of perimenopause and the symptoms and the impact it can have on them, there has been an increase in employment tribunals citing menopause, discrimination, harassment, unfair dismissal. So doesn't this highlight the importance of addressing menopause-related discrimination at work? So the next slide, I'd just like to talk to you through 3 case studies. These are the most prominent ones that have come out recently. The first one, Maria Rooney, is a social worker from Leicester. This is the first case that's supported by the Equality and Human Rights Commission. And they said that the menopause symptoms that she had amount to a disability under the Equality Act. Karen Farquharson, she'd worked for her companies, as you can see, since 1995. She started experiencing menopause symptoms when she started becoming perimenopausal Now, her long-term boss had told her to get on with it. And he's also reported as saying, oh, all you do is go on about the menopause. You blame everything on the menopause. She claimed unfair dismissal and harassment, and you can see that she had a payout. Now, Miss Linsky versus Direct Line, she'd worked for the company for 4 years, she'd performed really well. In March 2020, she experienced menopause symptoms that were having an impact on her day-to-day life. So she went to the GP. The company were aware. Now, her line manager supported her. However, a few months later, in June 2020, she was signed off with stress. Now, as I said, her manager knew her. He knew her well and liked her and offered her a new role, one with a bit less responsibility. Now, this started okay. However, not long after, complaints started coming in from customers. So the manager and Miss Linsky, they sat down and discussed her conduct, and she agreed that she had been rude to customers. She was paid 13 weeks sick pay, and she remained unfit for work with stress and anxiety. She resigned just over 3 years later in May 2023. However, she took them to tribunal for constructive dismissal, and you can see that she was awarded 65k. Part of that was loss of earnings, part of that was loss of self-esteem and confidence and the emotional impact that it had on her. So menopause can impact the individual's brain activity. So it can affect concentration. It can cause forgetfulness, brain fog. So I'd like to give you a short case study about Meg. Meg was very senior in the organisation. She'd worked there for some time. She was well liked and people respected her for her level of competence. Meg was in a meeting, talking away, and all of a sudden her brain went blank. It was like someone had just sucked all that knowledge and experience out of her brain. Now, before perimenopause, Meg would have just looked at her notes and got back on track. When you're going through the perimenopause and it impacts on the brain, it's very different. So she's thinking, what are people thinking of me? Why can't I remember? What's wrong with me? Oh, I know them. They're lining themselves up for my role. What if I'm put on performance management? What if I have early onset dementia? So all these things are going round in her head. It may only last a matter of 3 to 5 seconds, and then she gets back on track. No one else in the meeting actually notices. After the meeting, it stays in Meg's head. She's carrying it around with her. So when she is preparing for a board meeting, she's already anticipating messing up. This is why too many women give up work prematurely, because they start to believe that they cannot do their job, when in fact, the opposite is true. It's that lack of confidence that can take them down this slippery slope. This is why the gender and pension pay gap is becoming wider, not more narrow. So how can we help our workforce? As Walt Disney is saying there, we need to be actually doing things. It's all very well having a policy in place. However, we need to action it to make it visible to all employees. What else does the organisation offer? We need to make it easily accessible for everybody. So a good return on investment is training. We now have mental health champions. We have well-being champions. So mandatory training for all is a good place to start, whether that's on induction, whether it's an annual or biannual update. Managers training works really well because it helps that top-down learning and that top-down understanding and therefore support. As I said, we have the mental health and well-being menopause champions in the workplace are such a good return on investment because it can help people get the right support early, particularly when many GP surgeries people cannot get an appointment, or when they do, they're not given the right support. It can take up to 6 appointments before they're given the right support. And this can take a couple of years or more. So having something in the workplace is really, really beneficial. So for those of you who are interested, I provide menopause champion training and managers training in the workplace. And as you can see, these are all fully accredited. It also helps to mitigate the risk of costly tribunals, as we saw a little while ago. So in summary, we've seen how menopause can impact the workplace and how we can support our workforce to plan to support individuals and their colleagues going through menopause. Now, before I go, I'd like to update you on Meg. Meg had a taster session on the menopause in her workplace. She thought, actually, could this be me? There was a menopause champion in her workplace, so she chose to talk with that person rather than her manager. She didn't feel quite comfortable talking to her manager. The champion was able to give her resources and signpost her to various places. She saw a clinician that specializes in menopause. She had some coaching, and as you can see here, she got her mojo back as well as her confidence. So I would like to say thank you all for listening to me. I hope I haven't stopped too much of your lunch. These are my contact details, and I have put them in the chat before I started speaking. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Victoria. Much appreciated. I didn't know about andropause, so I've definitely learned something today. Yes, we don't have any time for questions, but if you don't mind, Victoria, hanging around and going into the Zoom chat, there's already some topics going there. And anyone else, use this as an opportunity to share your own stories. People are already doing that. Yes. What's
now
next?
Time for lunch.
Now time.
Yep. So lunch is a little bit shorter, but we will be back at 1 p.m. So we'll be hearing from Roger Taylor on agendas, summons and minutes. So enjoy your lunch, everyone, and we'll see you then.
What are we having for lunch?
Chips.
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 Good old
All right,
chips.
we're having chips. See you later.
See you later.
Welcome back, everybody. How you feel? You haven't eaten all your chips yet?
No, I'm going to go back up in a minute.
I've eaten all mine. I stuffed them. I'm feeling... I feel like I might have a nap on this sofa maybe. And we also failed. We didn't get the crew here from Norwich live streaming any chips, so they had to help them go and sort yourself out and go hunting in North Walsham, didn't you guys? But you sorted. So what else I was going to say? I don't think I was going to say anything else. But yeah, who've we got up next?
Up next, we've got Roger Taylor. So he is the consultant at Wellers Headley Solicitors. You may also know him as the author of the Arnold Baker book, aka the Yellow Bible. So Roger's has had 40 years of experience in the local government law and procedure. So he knows absolutely everything when it comes to legal matters relating to town and parish councils. Today he'll be talking about agendas, summons and minutes. And as a very popular topic last year with lots of noise in the chat, we're going to turn off the chat temporarily while Roger's presenting, but there will be 15 minutes for Q&A at the end.
The chat went wild for Roger last time. So we had to turn that off. And yeah, I thought, Roger, aren't you meant to be retired? Are you retired? What's going on?
Well, I'm retired from what we call transactional work. But what I do is advise on governance and other questions, because I was finding that I was getting so many questions from people about how we do things, that doing that and preparing documentation at the same time was too great. So basically, I stick to governance. I am semi-retired. I try not to work on a Friday, but that is not always possible to do. And so otherwise, I'm working 9 to 5 on normal other days. So they tell me that's retirement, John. So
God, right.
But it went, I should be around for a little bit longer anyway. So there are others going into my footsteps, but at the moment, they keep on pushing me forward. So here I am. So back again. All right.
Good. Well, thanks for joining us again. Yeah, so over to you.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining this session. I'm actually, as you probably may remember, I did a session on this subject at the last Scribe event, namely summons, agendas and minutes. I was somewhat disappointed that a couple of months after that event, I received from a source some information which I thought I would have shared with you had it happened to have occurred before my last talk. And John has asked me to repeat this, so I'm pleased to actually give you this anecdote, which I'm sure will amuse you to the same extent it did me, except that I'm in the middle of it. So the situation arose, and I'm starting to talk about summons, where somebody's said to me, had I seen the website of a certain council in England, and I'm not going to identify it in any way. And I said, well, no, I don't look at websites unless I have to, only 2 or 3 websites a day. And I looked at this particular website, and it said, meetings, fine, not a problem. Dear residents, you are invited to meet the parish councillors at their next meeting held at blank when matters which may be of interest to you will be discussed, including the following items. And then it was signed by the chairman. And I thought, this doesn't look quite right as a summons, but I'm sure it's not intended to be a proper summons, because as you know, a summons, councillors have to be summoned to attend a meeting. So I thought, well, this must be just something for the residents. So I plucked up courage and I rang the clerks, and I said to them, seen this on the website, I assume that there was a proper summons with an agenda for councillors. And she said, oh, yes, that's not a problem. I give out summons and the agenda at the meeting. And I said, well, no, you shouldn't really do that. There should be a full agenda. And she said, oh, no, you don't understand. Our parish council meetings are very informal. We all sit round and residents join in and we discuss matters which are of concern to them. And I said, well, this isn't really quite the way that 99% of councils do it. Upon which she said, this is the way that we've done it for the last 20 years. Show me where it says we can't do it in this way, which is always a very awkward thing to say, because English law tells you what you can do, but doesn't actually say what you can't do. Then has followed quite a correspondence about this. And it's quite interesting, actually, that the minutes of the meeting don't seem to bear any relationship to how they actually carry on. So if you think your situation is not very good, you can be well assured that there is one council in England that carries on in this particular way and has assured me that it will continue to carry on in that particular way for the immediate future, because that's the way they've done it for the last 20 years. It's all wrong, and it'll be interesting to see how it sorts itself out in due course. How they pass audits and various other things, I do not know. But there it is. Just a reminder, summons to the councillors are summoned to the meeting. Doesn't matter how friendly you want to be, how nice you want to be to people, how you want to be a genuine friendly council, as this particular one does, you councillors have to be summoned. And there is no point, in my view, in having 2 sets of summons, one to the residents and one to councillors, although I know some councils do. Must be signed by the clerk or the proper officer. Now, we've had some problems on this, because people have said to me, oh, but the clerk's away, she's on sick leave. Well, it's the person who is going to act as the clerk or proper officer, either at the time that it summons or when the minutes are taken. So the fact that your clerk is not actually present at the particular time, but you will have a locum clerk, then the summons may be signed by the clerk, but the minutes may be taken by the locum clerk. So it's the person who is actually standing in for the clerk at the particular time. The other thing is it must be sent to each councillor. Sounds straightforward. I never see any problem with that particular requirement. Some people do. But you have to get it to the councillors one way or other. If they have a blocked email account, then you can't send it by email. You may even have to put it through their door, but they must get it within the time limit. Otherwise, the meeting may not be properly called. And does it matter that the meeting is not properly called? The answer is it's becoming more and more important that local councils act in accordance with the provisions of local government acts in order to regularise their business. They are getting more and more responsibility, and that responsibility is including a lot more financial responsibility. And if it is not dealt with correctly, then there will be a great deal of trouble in due course. Lots of parish councils still think themselves as a rather friendly little body that is almost like a general community organisation. Well, it is, and I don't say it shouldn't be, but there are legal requirements. And yes, those legal requirements are on the 1972 Act, and that is a long time ago for some people. Not for me, but for some people. But they are there. And to be quite honest, they ain't going to change in the near future. We may be lucky to get some clarification of some aspects of the law, as we managed to get in the recent Levelling Up Act with regard to whether you could give money to ecclesiastical purposes. But that took some doing. And some of the other points are not going to be very high on the government's agenda for the immediate future. So it becomes more important that you do actually follow what is required by legislation and statute. The fact that the clerk has dealt with it in a different way for the last 30 years is irrelevant. You have to do it as it should be done. And of course, most clerks these days are going in for training, as a result of which things are improving. But we still have odd blips like the one that I've already set out. So agendas, lots of problems on agendas. I'm not quite sure why we have so many, but must form part of the summons. So basically the councillors know what they're going to be talking about, and it should be in sufficient detail to give them at least an inkling of what they're going to be talking about. Generally, the responsibility of the clerk. The clerk may take suggestions from other people, councillors, chairmen, etc., because there's no point in the council spending time discussing matters which are not of interest to the councillors. But the ultimate control of the agenda is the clerk. So that is that once the agenda is published, a councillor can't knock on the door and say, I want this included. Now, it is possible for the clerk for the councillor to subsequently introduce a resolution somewhere about things on the agenda, but we will leave that for the moment. And your standing orders should also deal with how matters can go onto the agenda. But the ultimate control is that of the clerk. As I said again previously, and this is still giving rise to problems, apologies for absence. We are seeing more and more applications under the 6-month rule where councillors are being disqualified for not attending a meeting of the council or a meeting involving the council for a continuous period of 6 months. Now, to avoid that situation arising, there have to be apologies given by the council and accepted by the council. If the apologies are given and there is no note of acceptance or otherwise on the minutes, we tend to consider that those apologies have been accepted. In other words, we would look to see a negative rather than necessarily a positive. This is a little bit of a difficult area, but I think that the intention of the legislation was that the councillor should in effect disappear over the hill for a continuous period of 6 months. There are some councils that resolve not to accept any apologies for absence. They tend to be the more political councils, especially where there is an even amount of votes. We don't recommend this. It's not illegal to do or unlawful to do so, but we don't recommend it. But as I say, the minutes should ideally say apologies given by Frida for reasons which are accepted. They are supposed to state the reasons for the absence, but we've given this considerable thought in the past. And I think the answer is that it's not necessarily right that the exact reason should be recorded. So basically you could say for personal reasons, even if it's for holidays or whatever it is. The important thing is the recording of apologies for absence will usually stop the 6-month rule applying. And it's consecutive meetings. So you've got a situation, and if they don't attend the meetings, then you've got a problem where they will be automatically disqualified. It's not a question of the council approving their absences after 6 months. The guillotine comes down if they haven't been to a council meeting or a meeting representing the council for 6 months. That's it. It can't be revoked by the council itself. The clerk has to declare a vacancy, and it goes on, etc. The councillor can actually be re-elected if necessary. Can the council accept apologies for I'm not going to be available for the next 6 months? I don't like that, I have to say. I think that there should be a period, that there should not be a long period, that in fact the apology should be renewed so that sorry, I was distracted. The apology should be renewed from time to time. I don't think you should necessarily accept that for the next 6 months the councillor is not going to be available. There's nothing to stop you doing that. I don't think it's good practice to do so. Again, we have got a situation where the council cannot or should not resolve anything which is not on the agenda. That's why we don't have any other business. Some councils do have any other business to cover reports from third parties. That is probably all right, but again, you're on the slippery slope if at the end somebody says, well, this report shows that we ought to be doing A, B, and C, and then let's do A, B, and C. Not a good idea to do that. But it shouldn't be a decision that's made on that report. If a decision is required, then that should be part of another meeting, which annoyingly may mean that another meeting has to be called. But it gives the opportunity for the councillors to consider whether what the proposal was a good idea. So therefore, if you've got a report that it would be a good idea if certain works were carried out to certain areas of land, then there is an opportunity for the councils to consider whether that's a good idea or not, what sort of thing they want, and that can then go forward to the next meeting for a final discussion. So reports are fine, but not anything upon which basically a final decision is taken. I know this produces problems also frequently within the planning world, where you get late planning applications, which doesn't give you very much time to deal with. Again, this is a problem, but strictly speaking, final decisions cannot be taken, can be deferred, or maybe actually delegated to the planning committee or something else as far as that's concerned. It should not be delegated to the clerk to make a decision. Best case of that was when a planning application came in and the council resolved to delegate the reply to the clerk, as the clerk was actually a member of the anti-development group which had been formed in the village. This seemed to be rather short-sighted on them as to how the clerk was going to give a balanced view of the council. Rather surprisingly, they didn't see that at the time, but there again, in the hurly-burly of the local council world, all things are possible, especially if the item comes up late at night or when everybody is worn out by something else. I've probably bored you previously on the parish council meeting that I went to. It started at 8 o'clock and I was item 3 on the agenda, and they got to item 3 on the agenda at 11 o'clock. I don't think that happens very often these days, and some councils do actually have automatic cut-off times. But that's up to you. Minutes. Again, we get lots of queries about minutes. And one of the favourite ones at the moment, which is that ex-councillors send formal notice to the council requiring, under data protection or GDPR or any of those, that their name is removed from all previous minutes. Now, I admit that life is too short to quite understand the arguments that they're putting forward under data protection, etc. But even if they put forward the data protection provisions, I'm afraid they are trumped by the fact that under the 1972 statute, minutes are the formal record of the meetings of the council that were held at that time, and they were signed. They cannot be altered. So therefore, the deletion of a name is actually not permitted. So they've had it. If they were a member of the council at the time, then that is what they will be identified as in the minutes. They cannot be removed or deleted. We are getting quite a few items about people requiring information to be redacted from minutes or redacted from other formal documentation. And the answer to most of these is that the statute which sets the things up requires certain documentation to be completed in certain ways. This leaves the situation under Data Protection Act to be isolated, in the sense that there is a statutory defence to data protection, that it is a regulatory requirement that signatures or names are made available. So you can quote data protection, but it doesn't actually operate in this particular way. So once the minutes are signed and once the minutes are completed, that is a formal legal record of the decision of the council on that date, and that is the decision that was made. we've always said, as most councils are, that minutes are a formal record of the decisions that were made. They are not a record of the discussion that took place. They are not a record of what individual councillors stated. I was asked recently whether when a councillor requested that his remarks be included in the minutes, it was necessary to do so. The answer is no, it's not. How much detail you put in the minutes is up to the clerk who takes the minutes, but there should not be too much detail. And the important thing is the decision that is taken, and that the number of votes for or against should only be stated if a recorded vote is required. Normally, it's only necessary to say that the resolution was passed. And again, please note that if somebody abstains, that is not a vote against. It means that in effect they're not voting. So if there is a majority of the councillors who are voting that vote for or against, that motion is either passed or not passed. That basically, if you abstain, you are not voting one way or t'other. So the purpose of finding out whether the resolution has been passed or not. How do we keep the minutes? Well, originally they were kept in bound books. The requirements these days are that they can be kept by computer, but the important thing is that they are kept sequentially, and that in fact it is almost impossible to change them. The important thing is that minutes should not be changeable, so that if a resolution is passed at a meeting, then that is a record of the resolution, and you can't go back and change it. Again, so whatever it is, whether you number the minutes sequentially or how you do it is up to you. Systems such as Scribe will do that automatically for you. But the thing is that once they are done, they are done. Do not dispose of the previous minutes. If you've got hundreds of bound volumes, send them to the local record office. But do try to make sure that the minutes are available. We frequently have problems that when clerks change, that minutes are lost, and this is the main problem that we come across. So minutes need to be maintained. You need to go back and see what decision was made by the council, because the minutes may well record a binding decision of the council. We're getting quite a few queries at the moment about rescission of previous minutes or decisions of the council. Well, most standing orders provide that the council will not try to rescind or alter a resolution that's been made within a stated period of time. And that is obviously something which is organised within the council itself. But you do have to be careful, because if your resolution that you have passed previously affects a third party, you may be bound by it, even if you try to rescind it later. So therefore, if you resolve to enter into a contract for grass cutting with X contractors, and the clerk is instructed to sign a contract with X contractors, then you can't subsequently in 3 months' time, unless there has been something, event which has happened in the immediate time, like X contractors going bust, decide to rescind that and go with Y contractors, because X contractors may say that that is a contractual obligation of the council that has been confirmed. There has been, in contract terms, offer by X to carry out the work, and that offer has been accepted by the council. So you have the basic concept of contract law, acceptance, offer and acceptance. So you have to be careful about this. That where councils change political alliances after an election, this can lead to a considerable amount of problems. Don't know why I always tell you they lead to problems, because most of the problems land on my desk or those of my local council department, and it's what keeps us going. But I do find some of them quite frustrating. So I do feel that I am obliged to try and reduce that area of work for us if possible. Minutes have to be signed. They're signed by the chairman of the council at the meeting at which the minutes are signed. That may be the chairman, it may be who's ever stepped in for the chairman at the particular time, whoever is chairing the meeting. Don't forget that under the 72 Act, if the chairman is present at the meeting, then they must chair it. This is quite a clear provision, so that basically if they have a prejudicial interest, then our view must be that they should leave the room, and that that particular item must be chaired by somebody else. If they stay in the room and declare a prejudicial interest, then I think they still have to chair the meeting, thus considerable concern, and we then have a problem with whether they have their casting vote or not. If they're not in the room, the person who is chairing the meeting at that time has the casting vote. Now, according to my clock, we're exactly 1:30, and I see we're getting lots of things in the chat. So I better start looking and see what we're doing on that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Roger. Yes, so brilliant presentation. We've got a few questions coming in now. So we'll go ahead and read them out. So the first one we have, I'm not sure who it's from. It just says Town Clerk. They say, can you confirm if councillors should provide a reason for absence?
The answer is yes, they should provide a reason for absence, but that needn't necessarily be recorded verbatim in the minutes.
Lovely.
Cool. We have a question from Helen Johnson. She's saying, if we note apologies rather than approve them, can this then count towards their 6 months not attending?
This is the sort of question I do love, because why don't you accept apologies? If you just note them, I think there is an implication that you have accepted them. I think anything other than a rejection of the apology must be in some way an acceptance. I know that sounds a little bit peculiar, but I think it must be right. You are supposed to approve them. If you've noted them, that doesn't necessarily denote complete approval, but I think it shows that you've taken note of them. I think we've got to get clarity on this point, and I think you either accept them or you don't accept them, and you leave it at that. So you could say noted but not accepted.
Good. I just see another question related. I put a pot from Mike McDonald. Oh, it's gone wild now. I put apologies were received. Does this provide a workaround?
Apologies were received. Again, it's almost the same answer as I gave last time. That basically you need to either accept them or not.
Good. We got some more. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yep, so another question from Jane. Isn't it the reason for Oh, isn't it the reason for apology that needs to be approved rather than just the council noting or even accepting the apology?
Yes, that is true. In effect, it's a two-header. It has to be approved, and the reason have to be approved as well. So it's really a two-header thing. That by approving it, you are approving both the apologies and the reason for them.
Cool. Mandy is asking, what about councillors who haven't been at the previous meeting? Can they vote to accept the minutes?
Yes, they can do. Yes, they. Most councillors don't, but yes, they can do it. Yeah.
Perfect. And another one from Pamela. They're coming in quick and very fast. So, do apologies have to be provided in a certain way or by a certain time? Assume this will be each council's own decision, but just wanted to check.
It is the councillor's own decision. As far as that's concerned, normally we say that they should be at least produced before the start of the meeting. Ideally, that would be probably the day before. That I can't come because. But yeah, it is the decision of the, unless it says in the standing orders that they have to be produced in a particular time. I think it's unlikely, but almost possible.
Great. I have a question from Adele Waddington. I've seen on agendas to receive an update from XX, decision required in brackets. Is this acceptable as an agenda item? And she caveats that's not her agenda.
Yeah, no, the council must have some idea of what is going to be discussed and what they're going to make a decision on. It may be couched in general terms, which is something like to make a decision on the report which has been circulated or something like that. But generally speaking, the councillor, on receiving it on his doormat or on his machine, must know what he's going to make a decision on, even if he wasn't at the previous meeting.
Perfect. Another one from Michelle asking, could you explain the process for removing a councillor from committees due to their conduct?
Yeah, this is the last bastion that the parish council has when coming to taking action against councillors. If a councillor is on a committee, the parish council, the local council, has still got the power to reconstitute that committee. And so really what they can do, other than the finance committee, where all members of the council have to be members of that committee, but they can reconstitute it to remove from the committee any person who is causing difficulty. That is by resolution of the council. So what would happen would be that the council itself would resolve that the constitution of the committee in the future would be A, B, C, and D, but not include E. So that's how it would be done. It would be done by resolution. The corollary to this is that when appointing the committee originally, you would be in effect appointing the committee for the next year, but you don't actually say so. So basically, you don't say Councillor Fred is appointed for the next 5 years. You just appoint Councillor Fred, so that you do have discretion in due course if he goes off the rails to remove him.
Okay, more of a sort of technical question on formatting. Richard asks, is there a standard set way to number minutes throughout the whole year?
It varies from council to council, and as to how they do it. The important thing is it must be sequentially done. I mean, some do it by reference to the month, but otherwise there isn't a set formula as such. In the old days, when they were handwritten books, then you just carried on the numbering. But we have seen a number of older books where people get confused when the number gets too great. So you find you've got whole areas missing. You go from 1811, and then the next one is 811, and then we get queries of what happened to the one in between. But no, there's no set thing. Basically, it's just that you have to have them sequentially numbered. It's easier with computers these days.
Lovely. And Gemma has a question on agenda supporting papers. Intended for councillors to make informed decisions, should all of these documents be available for public and uploaded with the agenda to the council website?
It's reckoned to be good practice to do so. One can understand sometimes that if you've got an enormous amount of documentation, it's not necessarily practical to do so. In which case, one can say that copies are available. But again, it should be some idea that the members of the public have some idea about what's being discussed. Generally, the papers can be attached, but you don't, because to be quite honest, a lot of people, general public, wouldn't have sufficient computer capacity to download some of this anyway. So if it's very big, then there isn't very much point, but it should be made available if possible.
Questions are still coming in thick and fast. Yeah, so we got Julie. For good practice, how long would a public partition session be? Is there a legal time frame?
No. The public participation normally is about 15 minutes, and you need good chairing to make sure that members of the public actually talk for a limited amount of time, and that basically it's not a question and answer session, it's merely statements from the council, and you basically there is no limited time. If you've got a very popular item on the agenda, you might want to have a longer time so that people can make their views known. But no, there is no particular session. It's down to good chairmanship, so you can keep it. You can keep it in mind, and whether it's before, after, or during the council meeting is entirely up to the council. I think you've got to listen to members of the public and see what happens. If it's a very popular thing, it may well be that you would have it before an item rather than in the middle. Very quickly, another very short anecdote. I went to a parish council meeting some years ago. The council was discussing a particular planning application. The man sitting next to me was jumping up and down and at time and he was trying to attract the chairman's view, and the chairman kept on saying to him, you have to wait to the public participation at the end of the meeting, and refused to have anything to do with him. At the end of the meeting, he just got up and said, I merely wanted to show to you that you're actually discussing the wrong property. Therefore, nice. You have to discretion. There we are. Yep, next question.
Brilliant. Next one is from Anne. We have a long-standing councillor who, due to health reasons, forgets meetings even when I send a reminder on the day. How do I record the absence?
Well, you don't necessarily record the absence. You just record that absent. No apologies, nothing, just absent.
Yeah.
Good.
That would count then towards the 6 months.
Cool. We got 4 more minutes. I'm just going to jump down to the bottom of this list because Jane said lots of people have asked this one from Steve McNay. Must all members be on the finance committee? All members must decide on key decisions precept, but on the finance committee, question mark.
Well, normally the finance committee does make the decision regarding precept. So we normally have most people. I think technically it's correct that apart from setting the precept, all members needn't be on the finance committee. But what we find is that the finance committee then fixes the precept without remembering that it has to be all members. So that's why I say what I say. The other thing is you can't have any outside people on the finance committee.
Cool.
Perfect.
Right.
Yep, so we've got a few more, we've got time. So one from Jackie, if the clerk is absent, can a council member step in and take minutes?
Yes, they don't get paid for it, but they can take the minutes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Tanya asks about confidential minutes. Can this be clarified? I know there is no such thing as confidential minute, but how do you recommend sensitive decisions worded in minutes?
As vaguely as possible. Yeah, there is no such thing as confidential minutes, but you do record that whatever decision has been taken on it or not taken, as the case may be, but you don't give any real details as such. So yeah, you have to be very careful with this. So I mean, if it's a question of settling a claim, for instance, then there is no need to actually record what is there until the claim is settled. In which case, you would record that the council has decided to make an offer to settle the claim, but you would then record when that offer was accepted what the amount, etc., was. So you don't prejudice the council's position by giving too much information. It's a difficult dividing line.
Good. Perfect. I think we should wrap it there.
Yes.
Yeah, do you think so?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Roger, you were referred to in the chat as King Roger early. You had a lot of that went, you had a lot of likes on that one. Who is the next? I mean, you are you have all the knowledge. So who's next in line? Who's your proteges?
Well, basically, we've got a team of people that I'm training them most. There's a partner called Asma who is getting up to speed with a lot of these things. Without boasting, they won't have my knowledge because I've had hundreds of years of knowledge and experience of these things, but we're working on it. We're working on it quite a much difficult at the moment. And she will help me with the next edition of Arnold Baker, which will come out about this time next year. So we're getting the expertise together on it, and there are other people as well.
Just no one that can replace you, Roger.
You don't have any, how you hand on to your expertise. We can only do what we can do.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, Roger. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
So,
have a good rest of the meeting. Thanks very much, John.
Thanks, Roger.
So moving on, we have Emma Henderson. How are you doing, Emma?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Hello, you're live.
How is everyone?
Yeah, we're having a really good day, having some good feedback. Yeah, when I first messaged you, have you been on holiday again?
I have been on holiday again.
Yeah, last time when I first messaged you, you were in Hawaii, weren't you?
I was in Hawaii. I would just like to explain myself though. We had a family holiday planned last week with me and all three of my adult children and my husband. And so I wasn't planning on going to Hawaii. My husband is in the Air Force and he was there working for 6 weeks, running a big military exercise. And I was like, you go, that's your thing. So I wasn't planning on going to Hawaii. And then I was really lucky. And a friend at British Airways gave me his staff standby travel. And I was able to go there for a week to celebrate our wedding anniversary. So I have had 2 holidays in fabulous places very recently. I got back from Morocco on Sunday, but it's really, really fluky. So please don't think that I'm just a professional holidayer.
No, right. Okay, so For those that you don't know, this is Emma Henderson, MBE. So every Scribefest, we kind of get an outsider to come and talk. And Emma, she's not, involved in the sector at all. She's one of less than 500 female airline captains in the world, and she's flew multi-million-pound passenger jets across Europe in over a decade. With the pandemic halting all those flights, Emma took a change in direction, which you're going to hear about today, and founded this project, Project Wingman. And yes, she has some letters on after her name, MBE, through the work. She was honoured, which you'll hear about then, getting the MBE. So without further ado, I'll hand over to you, Emma.
Well, thank you very much for that really lovely introduction. It's really lovely to be here with you all today. I've done a little bit of homework to find out what goes on in your world. So I will refer to that, and I've got a slideshow to share with you as well. So you won't have to just look at me standing here. Hopefully this is going to work. We have tested it. So I need to share that with you. And hopefully you can now see. Can I just get an indication from somebody that you are now?
It's all good, all good.
Excellent. That's good to know. So I'm just going to tell you to start with a little bit about me, and a little bit about the twists and turns of my journey. Then I'm going to talk a lot about you, because we're here to celebrate you as unsung heroes, and help to build a bit of resilience and influence in what you're doing day to day. And then I'm just going to share some tools with you that I hope you'll be able to find useful as you go about your day from here on in. So first of all, I just want to explain to you how the kind of geeky looking kid on the left hand side of the screen turned into the, I like to think, much cooler person on the right hand side of the screen. So the left hand side of the screen was me at about 4 or 5, borrowing an uncle's glasses, and my plan was never really, I didn't grow up thinking, well, I'm clearly going to be an EasyJet captain. That wasn't part of my game plan. I didn't grow up in a flying family, but I did see the space shuttle come in to land in Stansted when I was 10 years old on the back of a Boeing 747, and 20,000 people turned up to watch that. And I was one of them, and I looked up and thought, I want to fly one of those. And I wasn't talking about the 747. I was talking about the space shuttle. But I thought you had to be American to be an astronaut. I didn't know anything about flying, didn't come from a flying background. So to prove that something that I think that you will already understand very well, that life is not a straight line from A to B. It is very much a wiggly path, uphill and down dale, often through floodwater. Those of you in Bedfordshire at the moment, my heart goes out to you. You've got some terrible problems with flooding to deal with, and I know that floods are a part of your day very often as well. But life is twists and turns. And the twists and turns of my journey into aviation, I wanted to be an astronaut. I didn't think I could be one, but I did grow up with this kind of desire to fly. And the way that panned out for me was that at 18, I had a flying lesson, which I loved so much that I decided that was going to be what I wanted to do. My dad said, well, that's great, darling. You can go and earn the money to pay for your lessons. And I was working on the checkouts in Tesco's as a job, weekend job, when I was at school. And I thought, well, that's not going to happen, is it? So my next plan was go off to university, and I decided to be a corporate lawyer. So I went off actually to Leeds to study history, and because I was going to go through the back door, basically, I didn't quite get the grades to do a law degree. So I went and did a history degree thinking I'd do a law conversion. And while I was at university, I discovered something called the University Air Squadron. And the person on the left, this is an old photo, so it's obviously pre-digital, so blown up on the screen, it's a little bit pixelated, but you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen, front row, is somebody who looks a bit like a boy, but is actually me. I was Officer Cadet Priest. I joined the University Air Squadron, and I started flying planes all around Yorkshire. And that was my new plan. I was going to be, I was going to be a Harrier pilot, because my boots were Harrier pilot boots. But my plan changed again, because on the first weekend that I was down at RAF Finningley, I met and fell in love with the man I've now been married to for the last 29 years. So putting one up there for female emancipation, I got married 11 days after I graduated from university. So all my plans kind of went out the window, and I went through my 20s producing children. We've got 3 grown-up children now. We built the house that I'm standing in now, and I didn't really think I was going to get to fly again. We moved though in 2003. My husband was posted to New Zealand. So we'd moved into our house. We decided to keep our children in local schools, and suddenly we found ourselves living 12,000 miles away on the other side of the world with no family. Although I do have to say that my brother lived in New Zealand, but you know, useful family. And so we ended up there, which was fantastic. And while I was there, I gave up smoking, took up triathlons, and also started flying again. And I came back 3.5 years later as a fully qualified commercial pilot, and I ended up going to work for EasyJet after 3 years of instructing. And this was me as the captain of an Airbus A320 aircraft. This photo is taken in Tel Aviv. And that was where I ended up by the time we got to 2020, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Now, there were a lot of twists and turns on that journey as well. I faced a serious illness. I failed my first attempt at command. My brother in New Zealand was paralysed in a motorbike accident partway through my training. We had a house fire. There was so many things that were challenges that I had to overcome going through my career. And I just had to learn how to get on with those and prioritise the things that mattered, and not worry too much about the things that I couldn't have any influence over. And that's probably my first message to you, is that, you know, we can't have an influence over everything. So actually don't sweat the small stuff. There's no point worrying about the things that we can't influence. Now, one of the things I did as part of my job as a captain was I was asked in 2018 if I would appear in an ITV documentary called EasyJet Inside the Cockpit. And I jumped at the chance to have a film crew follow me around for 6 months, and they filmed everything. They came to my house, they filmed all my flights, they filmed me walking around at Gatwick. And at some point, the cameraman had to say to me, Emma, can you just stop suggesting theme tunes for everything we're filming, please? Because I kind of had these ideas that, you know, we could do this to this music. I absolutely loved every moment of it. And that was where the next part of my life came from, because in 2020, obviously, we had COVID and the world came to a stop and everybody's lives changed and aircrew were all grounded. And I founded a charity called Project Wingman, which I just received actually a message from my daughter today, who's working at St Mary's Hospital in Paddington. She works for CBRE. And she just sent me a photo and said, Mummy, your boss is at the hospital. So it was absolutely fantastic to see that she's seen that, and she's going to go on board later on today. But basically, I put out a call to grounded aircrew to say, let's go and support the NHS. We'll just wrap a warm blanket of care around the NHS from one uniformed safety related industry to another. And 6,500 people answered that call. And we founded our charity, Project Wingman, and we went into hospitals to provide wellbeing support to frontline NHS staff in rooms that were big enough to provide social distancing. We had to overcome things like, what are we going to do about masks, and where are we going to get individually wrapped food from? And we just, every time a challenge came our way, we found a way to overcome it, because we had to, because otherwise we wouldn't have survived as a charity. And it was the work I did with this charity that gave me my MBE in the New Year's Honours List in 2021. And that belongs to all the people who got out of bed every day, put their uniforms on and went and did something they didn't have to do for people they didn't know. And I'm very, very proud of that. And I'm very, very proud of them for the work that they continue to do even now. So that tells you a little bit about me and why I'm here, and some of the experience that I've got that I can share with you. What I want to look at today, we want to celebrate and acknowledge the vital contributions to the town and parish and council clerks and financial officers. That's you, all the wonderful things that you do, that without you, our towns and local communities just wouldn't work. So it's about appreciating you. And I know that you've had a day full of some really interesting topics, actually, which I'll come back to in a minute. I was looking through the list of your agenda and I thought, wow, there's a lot you have to know. And I don't think people really understand that. So on behalf of all of us, thank you and well done for getting your heads around that and making sure that you do understand all of that. It's to equip you with strategies to build resilience and assert your influence effectively as well. Working in a traditional environment, as you do, and I've also worked in what would be considered to be a traditional environment, very male-dominated environment in the airline industry. It does come with challenges, but it also comes with immense support from people who really celebrate the things that we're able to do. Overcoming workplace obstacles. Sometimes obstacles will come your way in your personal life. There will always be workplace obstacles. And it's about building resilience to understand how you're able to actually deal with those. And then also to inspire you to embrace your roles as influencers within your communities, which is what you are. So those of you who have children and grandchildren who use social media platforms like TikTok, you can tell them that you are an influencer. And they better take that seriously, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're just not doing it necessarily on a tiny little screen and, you know, with mad lips. So you are influencers, and thank goodness you are, because you are able to influence the decisions that are made every single day. The key messages I want you to go away with from this session particularly are: your work is valuable and it deserves recognition. The things that you do make a difference to people's lives, so much so that without you doing them, our towns and communities just wouldn't work. You have the power to overcome the challenges that you face and assert your influence. You do have that power. You just have to choose to take it. And building resilience and embracing your role as a community influencer can help to develop your professional and personal growth. And that's about having a growth mindset, which is basically, in normal speak, a growth mindset is just choosing to learn about something and being able to do something about it. I love all these business terms. Coming from the aviation world, we talk in code, and I've learned that you talk in code as well. So I've been learning a little bit about what you do, and I hope that I've nailed this. You'll have to feel free to, if I have nailed this and you really think that this is something that is kind of sums up your day, let me know just with one of those little sign things you can put on your screen. So I understand that you have a lot of people who are very bothered about potholes, and they want to talk to you about that because their car's just broken because of a pothole that's clearly your fault. Flooding, we've just talked about, very pertinent at the moment. You know, I've just been I was coming back from Birmingham yesterday. I flew down on Tuesday and back yesterday to go and do a presentation at University College Birmingham, and I thought, am I going to get there? Because I was flying in and out of Luton and everything's flooded around there at the moment. I understand that's one of the things that you have to, is your responsibility. The dog even looks a bit embarrassed about this one, doesn't it? But I understand that a big part of your day is talking to people about dogs doing this. Now, I've got 2 Labradors, and I know firsthand how awful this can be. I also actually know how horrible it is when people don't pick it up, or pick it up worse, pick it up, put it in a bag and just leave it there for the magic fairy to collect. I'm guessing that's part of your day too. I didn't know that you have to manage burial and graveyard records, for example. Now, that's something I just had no idea about. And for those of you who are wondering, this is the graveyard at St Mary's Church in Lapworth. So Lapworth, if you're here, this is your graveyard. It's now famous in your in your Scribefest day. So this is what I understand to be some of the issues that you face throughout your working day. And I'm guessing that a lot of you sit at a desk and work. Now, it might surprise you to learn that I also used to sit at a desk and work, but my desk was 7 miles above the planet and moving at 600 miles an hour with only one other person in it. And if I wanted to go to the loo, I had to phone someone and say, please, can you come and let me out of the door so I can go to the toilet in the middle of my working day? So that presented challenges. I ate my lunch at my desk, and I'm guessing a lot of you do that as well. So I'm just thinking how great your day must be when you're sitting there thinking, oh, I need to have my lunch now, so I'm going to have that at my desk, but I've got to organise that meeting, and oh, I must get that budgeting done because the councillors wanted that finance sorted for me. Oh, and oh, I've got to sort the website out because we've just had a talk about upgrading security, and I've got to put a new thing on the website, which I now need to know all about, and I must make sure I get that grant to fix the roof of the village hall because it's still leaking. Oh, and VAT. You know, we have to make sure we process everything for VAT because that's the rules and we have to be experts in that. Oh, and there's all these other things that are going on in my life. I've got to signpost people to things, and I've got to actually make sure signage in my local village and town is correct, and all the things in the village hall are correctly signposted. Oh, and actually that leak, I need to get the maintenance people in to sort that out. Oh, and now somebody's written another complaint about dog poo. Now, is that something that resonates with you? Is that how your day sometimes feels? Because when I was looking at the number of things that I think you have to deal with in a day, I was thinking, I bet half of you don't even remember to eat lunch sometimes. So if that's your day, if that is something that is familiar to you, I just want to say, do you know what? I see you, I hear you, and you are absolute heroes because, you know, even one of those things, mastering one of those things is a big deal. Knowing about all the things that you have to have vast information about, I think is absolutely incredible. Your impact matters. It really does make a difference to your local communities. And I know that there are lots of you who do things like you plan community events, you apply for extra grants without which you wouldn't be able to manage your local communities. You make sure the village hall is not just safe, but it looks pretty. We all want to have nice towns and villages. We always want to have village halls that are nice places to go. And there's always a little bit more that's involved with that than the actual job description. Keeping up with modernising technology all the time. I mean, I'm in my early 50s, and there will be those of you here who are younger than me and who are much more tech savvy than me. I might be able to fly a £250 million aircraft, but it doesn't make me tech savvy. It means I can fly an aircraft. I've had to learn tech in the last, in the last 4 years that I didn't even know existed. So hats off to you for making sure you are up to date with making sure your websites are current and making sure that they're secure and the data that you carry isn't being leaked and things like that. Your work is valuable and it deserves to be recognised. And I think you had some awards this morning. So well done to those of you who were recipients of those awards. I hope I'm correct in saying that. And, you know, you deserve that recognition. I think it's really important to remember that the value of everything you're doing now will be seen looking back rather than in the moment. I'm guessing that most of you don't do what you do because you're looking for recognition. But actually, I bet, especially those of you who've been doing this for a long time, I bet that you could look back and say, actually, yeah, do you know what? I have been doing this for 10 years now. And over the last 10 years, look at all the things that we've done. Look at all the things that we've achieved in order to make the job that we do, in order to make that job the job it's supposed to be. Look at what we've done for our local community. I bet most of you have gone above and beyond more times than you can even think about. And the value of that is seen looking back. When I set Project Wingman up, I didn't set it up thinking to myself, well, I'm hoping to go to Windsor eventually and meet the King to get a medal. I set that up because we were on our knees facing the biggest challenge that we've ever faced in the aviation industry at the same time that our friends in the NHS were facing their biggest challenge ever. And I set that up as much as anything because I needed something to do. I didn't know what was going to happen to me. And my husband kept saying, oh, we'll be back to normal in 2 weeks' time. And if I'd have had £1 for every time he'd said that to me, I would have left him by now. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. But, you know, we didn't know what was going to be in the future for us in those times. And when we set that charity up, it was just about reaching out and doing something we didn't have to do for other people. The value of everything we did then is seen looking back nearly 5 years on rather than in the moment, because in the moment it was frantic. And you do need to do that sometimes. You need to stand back and see how great your achievements are. Because you know what, when you're in the thick of all of those things that you're achieving, it's very hard to really appreciate everything that you're doing. I bet if you had to write a job description, it would take you a long time to actually write down in recruitment terms all the things you have to be able to do. One of the things I said to you earlier is that you have control, and that's a term that we use in flying to hand over the flight controls to another pilot when we, for example, have called the flight attendants to come and unlock the bulletproof door that we have to go through before we can go to the loo. Saying you have control is one thing. You let go of the controls, and the other pilot takes the controls and says, I have control. And that symbolizes the fact that they now are in control of the aircraft. And the important thing about that is that when you hand over control to someone else, you have to let go yourself. But if you're being handed control of something, you have to take it. If you have control of something, take control and do something about it. It's really important to remember that, because it's so easy to be told you're in control of something and then think, oh yeah, but you know, I can't really do that because Fred said the other day that he wanted to do it. Do you know what? No, you have control. Make sure you are using it. And this is something I see in corporates all the time, by the way. This is not the reserve of people who work from home and are managing local parish councils and things like that. This is in big multinational corporates. People won't take control. We're going to look at some decision-making techniques before I finish. An example of that, when I went to EasyJet, was a bad example that I'm going to share with you, was that I moved to EasyJet in 2009, and I worked my way up from the right-hand seat of the aircraft until I was in the middle, in the right place to become a captain. And part of that meant I had to go through some simulator training and some ground school in order to become the captain and get my 4th stripe. And I made a really bad decision, because I had previously to that, I'd actually been very seriously ill and nearly died. And I was magically cured by an amazing man who understood what was wrong with me, was able to find a cure for me, and I returned to almost full health within about 6 months. Not full fitness, but full health. And that's important, because I carried on going like I had before, and I kind of thought I can still run and I can still play tennis and I can still swim, and I couldn't do any of those things. I definitely shouldn't have cycled to Belgium from London with no training after I'd been so unwell that I couldn't even walk for 6 months. That had an impact on my back, and during my command course, my back was getting worse and worse. I had control of that situation, but I didn't take it, because I thought, do you know what, I'm just going to get the command course out of the way and then I'll sort my back out. Now, anyone who's ever had back problems knows that that's the most disastrous decision you can ever make. And I carried on with the command course. Ultimately, my back, I slipped 3 discs simultaneously in the middle of a simulator session, spectacularly. I didn't just have a bad back, I had a spectacularly bad back. And I had to leave the course. When I returned to the course, the momentum was lost. My teammates had moved on without me. And ultimately, when I should have said, I'm going to come off this course and go back on it later, and prioritized, I carried on and I failed my first attempt at becoming a captain. And I talk about failing this a lot because I think it's really important to own that and understand that I could have blamed lots of other people for that. There was definitely a case that I could have taken against the company if I had wanted to say, well, you shouldn't have done this and you shouldn't have done that. But ultimately, it was on me. And we do have to take control of our own situation sometimes and say, no, this is not the right thing that's working for me at the moment. I need to put a pause on that for this reason, and I'll come back to it when I'm ready. I didn't learn that lesson the first time round. I was returned to the right-hand seat with my confidence on the floor. I had to learn how to be a first officer again. And a year later, I'm very pleased to say I did pass my command, and this photo was taken on the day that the training captain, as I pulled onto stand, said, congratulations, Captain Henderson, you have just passed your command, you are now full captain. And by a complete stroke of luck, because no crewing department in any airline in the world could ever manage to match this up, I did that in an aircraft that had my initials because I'm Emma Henderson. So that was a lovely touch to have that. And I spent the next 4 years of my life flying around Europe and living my best life. I loved it. Being a captain was one of the best gifts I have ever been given. I tend to run towards things and problem solve in a way that gets the job done. That's how I tend to approach things. And I want to ask you, if you are more the buffalo on the left or the cow on the right. Now, I don't know if you're able to access your little hand symbols there, but if you are able to do that, put up a hand. If you think you are more of a buffalo, can you just give me a wave now or a hand now? Great. We've got some buffaloes in the room. Fantastic. Loving that. Lots of buffaloes, actually. That's fantastic. What about if you are more of a cow, which is, I appreciate, I'm not actually calling any of you cows. If you think you behave more like a cow, I want you to give me a different symbol that's not the hand symbol. I can't think off the top of my head which is which. But if you can find a different symbol and you think you're more of a cow. We've got a party, so that's a great one. The party streamers there. Give me a party streamers symbol if you're more of a, if you think you behave more like a cow. And the reason I'm asking this is because I want to share an analogy with you. On the plains of America, there are, the Indians observed that when a storm comes rolling in, they notice that the buffalo run towards the storm where the cows run away from the storm. And do you know what happens? Because the buffalo are running towards the storm, the clouds are coming in. The buffalo, if you can see my little picture here, I'm just doing a demonstration away from the slideshow. The clouds come in, the buffalo run towards it, and look, they pass through really quickly. Whereas the cows see the storm running towards them, they run away from it, and they stay in the storm for much longer. So the cows stay in the storm. The buffaloes run towards it, get through it, get everything out of the way. So now you might want to think, oh, do I tend to be a buffalo? Do I challenge things head on, get through them, get the job done? Or do I tend to see something difficult coming along and go, oh, do you know what? I'm just going to sort of move away from that for a while until I know what to do with it, which means you're in the storm for a lot longer. I would suggest that you don't be like the cows and jog with the storms of life. Be like the buffalo and charge head first straight through them if you're able to. We are ultimately, and I said this a lot during COVID, we are never in the same boat. As a group of people, you are all doing very similar jobs, but you're never in the same boat. You are all in the same storm at different times. You're always in different boats. And sometimes you're going to be in the battleship. Other times you're going to be in the little leaky canoe down the bottom. And you have to find ways of helping each other, which I'm sure you do all the time. And that's partly what Scribefest is about. But you also have to accept the help that's offered as well. There will be times when your capacity is maxed out. And that will be partly to do with work, but it will also be to do with the things that just life throws at us. You know, we all have stuff going on in our lives, whether it's looking after elderly parents, having naughty children, or even not naughty children, but children who have demands of us as parents. You might have poor mental health, you might have poor physical health, you might just have a car. Like today, I've had to decide to scrap a car because it's not past its MOT. So that's yay, you know. All of these things have to have their place in our lives. And we have to be able to, when that capacity bucket gets to its top, we have to find ways of emptying the capacity bucket. And that's about taking time away from your desk, making sure that you are giving yourself space from work. Because I think one of the hardest things about working from home is actually giving yourself permission to not be sat at your desk working. You are allowed to walk past work and go, do you know what, 7 o'clock in the evening, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually spend time with my family. We have to find ways of emptying the stress bucket and filling up our cups, because everyone knows you can't drink from an empty cup. One of the ways that we can do this is to, I don't actually know why this slide's in there. I'm just going to be honest about it. I was looking through this slideshow earlier and thinking, I don't know why I put that in there. So I'm just going to skip it and go straight onto the decision-making model that I'm going to share with you. Now, I can go much deeper into this at another time if any of you would like me to. But I want to share with you this model that we use in the air to make decisions. And I appreciate that you're not necessarily all the decision makers where you work, but you influence decisions and you can make decisions about some of the information you're passing on to people all the time. We use something called DODAR. And basically, it's something you can use at 600 miles an hour when you're 7 miles above the planet. And it's how we decide whether or not we're going to perhaps divert into a certain airport because we've got a medical on board, or what we're going to do because we've got a technical problem on the aircraft. It's very, very simple, and it goes in a loop deliberately because after you get to the end of it, you go back to the beginning of it again to keep making sure you're dealing with the same problem. But you basically diagnose the problem first. You find some facts, and then when you've got the facts in front of you, you weigh up your options. What are my choices? When you've got your choices, you then have to risk assess those. What's the risk and how much benefit is that going to give me? Then you have to make a decision. You have to actually make the decision. We all have to make decisions eventually. We can't actually just biff it off into the next room because we're not sure what the decision should be. And sometimes you're choosing the least worst option. It's not always going to be the best solution. And you might be presenting a set of solutions to somebody else to make the decision, but at least you can say to them, well, I've actually risk assessed this. And there's 3 options here. And this one, none of them are great options, but this one is the least worst. Making the least worst decision is still making a decision, and not making a decision is a decision in itself. So don't do that. Then you assign tasks, you designate tasks to your team. Now, you might be working on your own. You might not have a team to do everything for you, but you can ask other people to do things for you. We can't all be masters of everything. And, for me, when I was working full-time as a captain, the things that I couldn't do were I couldn't be at home for my children all the time, and neither could my husband, because he would just deploy at the last minute to a war zone, which was fun. So we made a decision to ask other people to look after our children, and we did that by sending them to boarding school, which was not a decision we ever wanted to make, but we needed to educate our children and we needed childcare. So we designated tasks to a team of people we put around us to allow us to have the careers that we've had. So it's okay to ask other people to do things for you. And then you review the decision. Is this still the best decision? Are the facts still the same? Have they changed? Have different options presented themselves? And what are the risks of those versus the benefits? Do I need to change what I've done? Or am I able to back up my decision by the new information I've got? So that's just a little decision-making tool that I'm just giving you a little insight into in order to be able to help you, hopefully, to make decisions or influence decisions, because remember, you are all influencers in the future. I've been working more and more recently on something that I think is really important. You don't have to be in a leadership position to be a leader. The thing I've been working on is called grounded leadership. And it's based on something that you'll hear about a bit later on. You might see in the background, I've got a blatant advertisement there for my book, which I'll tell you about in a minute. But grounded leadership, or H3 as I'm calling about it, because it's got 3 H words, is based on humanity, humility, and humor. And what I'd like to suggest to you is that if you can do everything from a human-centered point of view, if you're humble about the things that you're doing, and if you're able to laugh at yourself from time to time, because let's face it, we are funny sometimes. We do some funny things, and so do other people. It's okay to find things funny. If you can put some humanity, some humility, and some humor into the things that you're doing, then you can actually lead with an authenticity that people might not expect of your role. The challenges that we face in life are there to refine us and not define us. And when I failed my command, believe me, I thought that was it. I thought that that was a sign from heaven to say I should stop flying and go back to my children. I really did think that it was a message to say you shouldn't be doing this. But it actually made me a much better captain than I ever would have been if that had never happened to me. So I want to suggest to you that when you're facing challenges in the workplace, they're not there to make you a different person, in terms of that they're not there to make you seem like you're a bad person. They're there to help you to become who you were always supposed to be. And you do that by saying, okay, well, I've got this problem. Maybe it's a difficult person to talk to, or maybe it's a difficult message you've got to give someone. And the way that you handle that is what makes you refined rather than defined. So failing my command didn't make me a failure. It made me a better captain the next time that I had a go. It's always worth remembering that, because there will always be in a day, I'm sure, when you will have a good day at work, there will always be somebody who comes along and says, well, I don't like the way you did that. And certainly that happened to me. 179 people would get off a delayed aircraft and say, thank you for the flight. And one person would get off and say, I did not appreciate the message that you gave in your PA halfway through the flight. And you just think, really, why do we carry that one person with us? So just remember that challenges are there to refine rather than define you. It's okay to say no to things. You don't have to do everything. If you've got a full plate, it's okay to turn things down and say, well, I know that you think that that's important, but actually I can't do that at the moment because I've got all these other things to do. And it's okay, as I said before, to allow other people to do the things that you can't. In fact, you're empowering people to do things to help you out if you allow them to do the things that you can't do, or that in some cases they're being paid to do for you. I hope you're familiar with the Eisenhower decision matrix, because I noticed when I was doing some research into what you all do that this is something that's been talked about by John himself before. The Eisenhower decision matrix is there to help you to get rid of stuff, basically. So you should always really be in the top right-hand corner of this screen. If you are in the top left-hand corner of this screen, which is the do it now bit, that means you either have planned that or something's gone wrong and you've got no control over it. So what I would suggest to you, we have a saying in our house, which is touch paper once. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but basically when the post comes, you deal with it there and then. So you either put it in the recycling bin, or you phone up the insurance company and say, I don't want that quote. Can you please send me a different one, because I don't want to pay that for my car insurance now. But you do it now. You don't leave it until the day before your renewal, and then you've got to spend ages trawling through car insurance to get a new quote. Because then that puts you in the top left-hand side of the box, of course. Or you delegate it, of course. And this is what I was saying earlier, that it's okay to let other people do things for you sometimes. So I hope you're familiar with this. And if you're not, these slides will be available to you after this session. So it's a slide that I'd print it off and have it stuck to my side of my desk, because I think to myself, okay, do I need to do this? Is this my problem? No, delete it. Is this something I can do something about? Well, it's quite important, but it's not, I can't influence that. Delegate it, give it to someone else, make it someone else's problem. And making things somebody else's problem is not actually a bad thing. It's just actually giving it to someone else who can do it quicker. Or I'm going to go, okay, yeah, that's really important. It's not that urgent, but it is important, and I need to put that in my diary. If you end up with important and urgent, of course, everything else has to fall away. But ideally, things should only end up in that box if you have planned them to be there. Sometimes it's about seeing things through a different lens. There will be days when you have that grumpy passenger who gets off the aircraft and doesn't say thank you and just shouts at you. And you just think, do you know what? You're probably having a really bad day. If that's how you're choosing to speak to people, I'm going to choose to see you as somebody who's having a bad day, and I'm going to have a bit of empathy for you, because you don't need to carry their bags of poo. I've got a friend who's a doctor, and I said to him, how do you deal with all the bags of dung that people come and bring on your table, put on your table when they come into your consulting practice? And he said, well, actually, it's quite easy. I allow people to bring their problems onto the table, but they have to carry them out of the room with them when they go away. So I don't take on board other people's problems. Neither should you, because people are allowed to come to you with their problems, but you shouldn't be worrying about that. They shouldn't be keeping you awake at night. We have to see things through a different lens. And sometimes it's a wide angle lens and we have to see the bigger picture. And sometimes it has a much narrower focus. The way that we keep going when things get tough is not to have to struggle on our own. And the answer to how do you keep going is not that you do. You don't keep going. We do. We do things together. We do things as a team. We go and ask for help. Like you're doing today, you get support from organizations like this and from days like this where you learn stuff. I mean, you've been learning this morning. I was looking at some of the stuff you were going through: biodiversity, procurement, cybersecurity, budgeting, time management, menopause, one of my favorite subjects because menopause collided with lockdown for me. So you can imagine the fun we had in our house with that. We support each other by just talking to each other openly about it. It's okay to say, do you know what, I'm finding this really hard. What do you do about it? It's okay to talk about that. And it's brilliant to talk about it because actually, as we used to say in the militarized choir that I was a member of, we're stronger together. What you are doing is making changes in the corners of the world that you occupy. And that's how we change the whole world. You are making changes that you might not always see, but we change the world by making changes in the small corner of it that we occupy. And I would encourage you, as I finish off, to be bold enough to keep throwing pebbles into the water and allow the ripples from those pebbles to do the rest of the work.
Thank you so much, Emma. That was really, really good. I know a lot of people I spoke to are really looking forward to this talk and clearly did not disappoint. There was lots of great comments in the chat. So thank you very much for joining us today. I think we have got literally just 2 minutes. John, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question, Emma. Go back to your 20-year-old self.
Yeah.
Go and have a chat with her. And what's your one piece of advice to your 20-year-old self?
Don't marry him. No, I'm just kidding. I think I would say to my 20-year-old self, stop taking yourself so seriously. You don't have to. I was really judgy when I was 20. You know, I grew up in a Christian family in a small town in Essex, and you had to do things a certain way. And I'm 31 years on from that. I'm a very different, I have a very different outlook on the world. So stop taking yourself so seriously and give yourself a chance to just, you know, find out who people are before you've judged them. Don't judge a book by its cover. How pertinent is that? Judge that book by its cover because it's a great book.
Good.
Yeah, also we need to mention, of course, Emma, your book Grounded. So Emma has very kindly given us a 20% off discount code. So in the chat, we will be popping a link. You can purchase Emma's book directly through Amazon or through her website, where you will then receive a signed copy. So thank you very much, Emma, for the discount and for joining us today.
Can I just explain that if you buy the book through Amazon, it won't be signed. It will come from Amazon and you can order it straight away and it will come to you immediately. If you order the book through my website, that's where you get the discount. I will sign it for you and I will post it out for you. I've got some here. Oh, look, I've got an actual copy of it that I can send out. So it will come to you, and the hardback is coming out soon, which I think is a prize. I think it's going to be, isn't it, John?
Yes, it is indeed. It's in our prize draw, so someone will be winning a free copy, signed copy from Emma later today.
Awesome. Thank you, Emma.
Thanks, Emma. Bye.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. We will. So we're just about to go into a break. But before that, as you know, some of you who weren't here this morning, we challenged North Walsham Town Council to map all their assets. Well, not map all their assets, map as many assets as they can do during the conference. So we had an update from Jasmine in the office at about 11 a.m. and they'd done 238 assets. So drop some, what how many assets do you think they've actually mapped now? Drop it into the chat, and then we'll give us a prize to the right guess. I'm just going to say hello to Mr. Swindles, who's been out in the field mapping the assets for the team. So they've got a couple of people out taking photos, taking the photos and then uploading them, and those photos are automatically mapped based on the location. So what have you been up to? How many do you think you've actually done so far, John? Oh, no, don't say.
I won't say.
Yeah, so what kind of assets have you been mapping today?
Here's James. We've been busy.
Oh, James is there too, James.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And
going all over the place, cemeteries in town.
Yeah, many footsteps put in today.
Yeah. We're currently at a playground, one of a few in town.
Yeah.
You can see here lots of...
Used to be an apple orchard many years ago down here.
Lots of old trees there.
Good. We decided when you had a meeting, we had a meeting yesterday. We're not going to add any of the trees yet, are we? But that will be done at a later stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees.
Cool.
This is just the equipment and so on that the council sort of needs to maintain.
Good. And also, James, you also nipped out to do something today, didn't you? As well as doing the mapping.
A quick coffee, yeah.
It wasn't a coffee, was it? Yeah, I think you got a tattoo, didn't you?
I did get a little tattoo of an ice cream.
Of an ice cream? You chose an ice cream in the end?
Yeah, today is an ice cream.
Okay, good. Well, all this mapping has happened and he's actually got a tattoo. Right, I'm going to share my screen here. Thanks, guys. Keep on rocking in and catch you up later. Also, before you go, have you uploaded all your assets? Is there still
not yet? I will be coming back to the office.
How many do you reckon you've got to upload?
I've probably got about, I could put it down to maybe a third to 2/3 of trackside to upload. Got to then work through what hasn't uploaded, because I think I uploaded a bit too much for your system at one point.
Yes, you did break the system. You trying to upload 200 in one go.
Too much too soon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's probably not many overall that still need going, but yeah.
Cool. So the guesses are coming in. So let's hit the app there and see how many there as they load in. There we go. Oh, that's 550 thus far. And I think, we won't add the ones that, so there's probably, I think, another 100 from you guys to upload as you go. So if we go in and have a little look, you've got everything in there. Even I see you putting some of your vehicles, your equipment there, gates, benches, loads, all your play equipment, gym equipment. We need to go to use the gym equipment after all those chips we've been eating today. Yeah, so well done, guys. Yeah, and then in the future we're going to be adding, some more menu items here for inspections. So all the assets that people do upload will automatically work out what inspection regime is needed. So I think more than welcome to join us and use Civically. It's basically free to use up until next financial year. And we're still working out the pricing, but it'll probably start around £12 a month. Team member will throw a link there. Oh yeah, James already thrown a link in there. Feel free to sign up. And then at the end of by the financial year, if you're not you don't want to join, go on the paid version. Worst case, you'll just have an awesome spreadsheet because you better download it and it'll have free words and everything in there. But we're pretty confident it'll be a really useful tool for you.
Brilliant. Now I think it's time for a break. We're a little bit behind, but that's fine. We will see everyone back here at 2:40, where we're going to introduce our second lightning round for today. See you then.
Welcome back to Scribefest. If you have just joined us, my name is Stuart and I'm part of the sales team here. And it is time for lightning round number 2. So exactly the same as before, we've got 4 guest speakers, each have a 5-minute presentation to complete. And at the end, if time allows, we will have questions. And I've had word from HQ that I was not quite strict enough on the timing of the previous lightning round. I have a timer at the ready. So everyone get prepared, 15 seconds per slide. So first, we are going to have Anne Toll. So she is the clerk at Wembury Parish Council. She'll be talking about artificial intelligence, in particular ChatGPT, and its practical uses for local councils. We'll then have Sheena Spence. So she started her parish council career as a parish clerk in 1984 before moving on to work for County Association in 1995, and since 2010 has been the Chief Officer of the Yorkshire Local Councils Association. Today, Sheena plans to take delegates on a whirlwind tour of holding better meetings, sharing the key actions that clerks, chairs, and councillors can take to improve the running of their meeting. I will then also have Louise Steele, so Vice Chair and Finance Director at the Local Government Resource Centre, and an experienced locum responsible financial officer, which means she is often parachuted into councils to tackle urgent financial issues, helping them to restore to compliance. With over 19 years of experience and a track record of working with over 30 local councils, Louise will be sharing insights into common challenges councils face and offer practical tips on how to prevent a financial crisis before it starts. And then finally, we'll have Sandra Rosser, so Principal Officer and RFO at Abergavenny Town Council. And today she'll be talking about volunteer vitality, how we can support volunteers, understand their challenges, and celebrate their achievements to ensure they flourish and continue to grow. So I'm going to go ahead and get my screen shared. Anne, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, yeah.
Good stuff. I have my stopwatch this time, 15 seconds per slide. Take it away.
Hi, as I've said, I'm Anne Towell from Wembley Parish Council down in glorious Devon, and I'm going to talk to you about how to use ChatGPT in your work. I'm a clerk, so I understand how busy it can get, and this is a tool which you can use in your work. So I'm going to go through all these topics that you can see on the screen. Essentially, what I want you to come away from this is understanding how it works, why you would use it, and some really good examples to get you started. So it's really, really simple. You've got a website which is free. You shouldn't need to pay for it for the basic one. And all you need to do is literally log in, type in your request with as much detail as you can. So the more you put in there, the better a response you're going to get from the system. Then you can ask it to modify as much as you like. Things like focus, length, brevity, the tone of it, make it more formal, using certain words, etc. Then all you do is copy and paste that into your document and make any modifications and corrections as you need. So what is ChatGPT? Just sometimes it scares people, this does, but essentially it's a program that's been trained on large amounts of publicly available data. It doesn't have your personal data unless you want to put it in, and it doesn't access real-time data. So it is from that data that it had before. And then it does pattern recognition to try and work out the best response for you to your question. Just remember it's static, so it doesn't know events past 2021 in September. So if you've got anything more modern than that, you need to input that in. Brilliant for research, gets large amounts of data for you in really, really quick time. Gives you a really good overview, and it can also give you references to studies and legislation that's used. So you just have to ask it to put that in when you do your request. Really, really fast, literally come back in seconds. You don't have to go do loads of searching for stuff you don't know anything about. Gives you really good examples of what works and gives you a structure that you can then add to. So what you do is with data that you've got, you can actually put that into ChatGPT and ask it to summarize it, make it specific for what you're looking for, and you can then, of course, then make it more formal, informal, longer and shorter, so it can summarize brilliantly. These are some other ideas as to why you can use ChatGPT. There's so many opportunities. You can even use it for things like asking for holiday suggestions. So don't forget to use it for personal stuff. It's really, really effective at giving you a good structure for anything you like to do. Some ideas here for you. Letters and reports, I use that for a lot because often we get the same thing, dog poo being the one. You can just have a standard response that you can send out. Really good for wording for public notices and things, and I also use it to summarize minutes. So again, more examples there. So it makes life a lot easier, particularly if there's certain things that you struggle with. I personally hate doing surveys for services we've got, so I just ask ChatGPT to do it. Really important is to declare that you use it. Not every time, sometimes I don't, but as a general rule, it enables you to feel people trust you what you're saying. So it's really good to just tell people that you've used it, and I'll give you some examples later as to what wording you can use in it. Times when I always use it is in social media, because that is something you really need to build trust in. If there's any data summary, just in case of mistakes, teamwork particularly, and basically when ethically it seems like a really good idea that you should do so. These are some wording that I've used in the past. So I tend to use the one at the top, summarised by AI, tweaked by a human, because it adds a little bit of humour to it, makes it a bit gentler. Or if you want more formal, I tend to use the one at the bottom, document creation assisted by AI. You must always check ChatGPT's responses, because it can be inaccurate. Make sure you're specific about the country you want it to apply to, because it might bring in data from other countries and it might exclude some things which you know are important. So make sure you really look through it. It can misinterpret something when it's summarising. It's normally really minor. It's just a wording thing that you need to change. Do check. And don't forget, it is from 2021. So if you need anything more recent, you need to find that yourself. So what ways I've used it, you can see it. I use to summarise minutes, and then I put that on social media or in the press with a link to the full minutes. They say summarised data from the survey, that was really helpful, and wrote a report about community land trust, which I knew nothing about. Poem about picking up dog poo, it even does that. So, you know, you can use it for humorous things too. And I also even created some of the content of this talk from it. So in summary, it's fast, it's easy, it saves you a hell of a lot of time and stress and brain power, but always make sure you check, proofread it, declare you've used it. Most of the time, I don't tend to do it on policies because that muddies the water, but the rest of the time declare, and don't forget to use it for your personal things too, because it's really, really useful. I hope you come away feeling a bit more confident about using it.
That was phenomenal, Anne. Well done. Take a breath. That was incredible. Very, very well done. Cool. Let's move on. We have got Sheena next. Sheena, are you ready?
I'm ready, thank you. I may have to beg a little leeway on the 15 seconds on some slides. Sorry.
It's okay. So we've got 10 slides, so we'll go 30 seconds. That will be the same time, and that'll work.
Fabulous.
Are you ready?
Yeah, thank you.
Here we go.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Holding better meetings in 5 minutes. I hope I can pass on some of the knowledge that we have to you to help this to happen. So from time to time, some councils on a regular basis experience difficulties in holding their meetings. What I want to give you is some tips really for avoidance of difficulties. I'm going to use the word parish council, but I mean town council, community council, neighbourhood, village in England. Okay. Really, remember that councillors are not volunteers in the voluntary sector sense. You know, you have to acknowledge that there is legislation and adhere to the legislation. No different to the status of the principal authority in your area. But remember that parishes are independent local authorities, completely different tier, and you're not governed by anyone apart from yourselves. In terms of kind of achieving these better meetings, as it says there at the bottom, a series of actions that contribute towards a good meeting. So the foundations of a good meeting come from a functioning team, and that kind of basis has to be in place to achieve this better meeting, together with many other things. If it says must, a council will do it. If it's may, it can choose, as you well know. So it's not what just happens at the meeting. It's everything that leads up to it, the cohesion of the parish council as a team, good working relationships, respect, and then understanding the roles and duties and training. So much goes into it. One of the things that you can do, clerks, is have a think about your agenda wording. The word empower the council to take lawful decisions. So instead of having just matters arising and then obviously the specification underneath, because you must have the specification by virtue of the 72 Act, why not think about putting something like, can I go back one, Stuart? Thank you.
Yeah.
To consider the following ongoing matters and decide further action where necessary. So you're asking the council to consider what's going on as happens in matters arising, but you're empowering the council through deciding further action where necessary. And then obviously you have to specify each matter under that. Okay. You can also put to consider and decide, not just consider, but have the council to decide as well in your agenda wording. You're empowering the council. Remember as well that public can attend meetings. Promote the good work done by the council, promote good relationships, make sure that you're constantly advising the members of the public about what you're doing, particularly the good stuff, using all of these techniques and tools and what have you. The aim is obviously for less challenge and support for the council. In terms of keeping everybody well informed, that involves the public, as I've said. Why not, at the start of the meeting, have the chairman explain the expectation of the council in the meeting? Members of the public have to realise that this is a meeting that the public can attend, not a public meeting. So get them to understand where they can speak, at what point public participation, but then a different rule within the formal council meeting. It's a formal meeting of a local authority. So that's a good thing to tell them. Let the councillors, have them be well aware of who does what. Keep people well informed. Keep those good relationships going. For example, do councillors have, say, a copy of the job description of the people who work for the council? Nothing confidential about a job description. It describes the post, not the person. Do all the councillors have a job description themselves so that they know what they do in their role? So there's much there as well. A good induction for them is also good. But remember that there's also the need to know, and councillors have to understand that they can't see every bit of information that's held by a council. For example, some of the staffing committee information, papers and personnel records. The need to know is an important doctrine that all councillors need to have a good handle on. And that all contributes towards having a good meeting. They need to understand that when they have a problem, they don't raise it. For example, they want to perhaps complain about something that the clerk hasn't done, just using that as an example. They don't do that at the meeting. They're trained, they understand the right process to go through. The chair, confident but not arrogant, can do the job, so had training, understands procedure, and is well versed in all that needs to happen. Just want to have a talk about actually at the meeting and getting a flow. And I think often in training, when we're training councillors, I speak to people about people who go on at length. Sometimes a chair needs help, and councillors are there to help them. And clerks, if you understand the procedural motions, you can advise your councillors on assisting the chair. So, for example, a councillor can use a procedural motion to move business on. Doesn't need to be a rude way of doing it. It can be a very polite, let's move business on, chair. That's a procedural motion. And the chair needs to know how to deal with that. It's got to be seconded and then put to the vote immediately without debate. And if you want to know a little bit more about procedural motions and points of order, have a look at the quite now old book, Local Councils Explained, that was produced by NALC, pages 148 and 149. Really good information about how councillors can use procedural motions to move business on when things have got into a little bit of difficulty. And then finally, a little bit about the code of conduct. And of course, in meetings, sometimes the code can cause problems. Strongly recommend that you councillors have training, and as clerks you have training so that you understand as well how the code works. That councillors understand that they have to declare the type of interest, whether it's under the new LGA code, a DPI, another registrable interest or a non-registrable interest, because that then tells everybody who should have a good knowledge of that code the action that the councillor must take, and the councillor then ensures that they take it. That should avoid any challenge. So it's all about understanding and getting the process right. So I think that is a really whirlwind tour of just some of the points that can be used to improve meetings. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to get that over. Thank you, Stuart.
No problem. You did amazingly well, Sheena. You got so much in there. Very, very well done. Next, you certainly did. So next up we have Louise. Louise, are you ready?
I am, yes.
Here we go. I'm resetting the timer. Let's view this slideshow. Take it away.
Okay, well, apparently the UK's first female firefighters started employment in 1982, just 2 years before I started training as a local government accountant. Now, I think Wikipedia's glossed over the contribution of women to firefighting in World War II. But my point is that I never thought I'd be a firefighter. I've spent a whole career in local government, and I've often thought it would be nice if there was a 999 rescue service for clerks. And these days, that's kind of what I do. I hope I'm not going to frighten you by talking about some of the most incendiary situations I've been called upon to fix, but I will try and talk about some of the simple precautions we can take to avoid fires. Don't worry about the picture of the AGAR. What I was going to tell you is that this year I've prepared 7 AGARs. 3 of those were prepared early. They were the ones I planned to do throughout the year. The other 4 were emergencies. And for the last of those, well past the deadline, I was called in mid-July. Quite often the problem is that the accounts don't balance. And in 3 of the cases, the councils were using commercial accounting software. They didn't have the support that comes with sector-specific accounting software. Often there's no RFO. The saddest case this year was where the clerk had worked themselves into such a state when they couldn't balance the accounts that they'd gone off sick. And the council ended up calling LGRC and calling me. Sometimes it all gets a bit blurred. I've never found a situation where anybody's been dishonest, but I quite often find a muddle and poor housekeeping, which makes it look as though money might have gone missing. And at that point, the damage between the clerk and councillors is badly damaged. That's what I mean by everything going up in flames. When that relationship starts to disintegrate because councillors think something's going wrong with the finances. As clerks and RFOs, we need to prevent fires starting and taking hold. Work on the relationship of trust with councillors is key, and I'm not saying that's always easy. And then we look at some other fire prevention measures. No desk of mine's ever looked like that, but it is a metaphor for good housekeeping. Use accounting software, keep it up to date and backed up, be consistent, pay your bills promptly, file everything in some sort of order, and don't lose paperwork. Give yourself some confidence, take whatever training's on offer, network with other clerks and RFOs, face-to-face or over social media, check out the particular practitioner's guide. There's a lot in there and it's regularly updated. And my most important message, keep up to date with your bank reconciliations. No ifs, no buts. Online banking makes it easier, but if reconciling a whole month is overwhelming, take it in bite-sized chunks. Reconcile a few days at a time. Use all the other tools that are available to you. Follow financial regulations, accept internal audit as a good thing, produce monitoring reports for councillors and be ready to answer their questions. And above all, if something does go wrong, keep calm. If you can't balance something, stop. Put it to one side because, of course, you've left yourself a bit of wriggle room, haven't you? Do something else, and I find sleeping on it often helps. But don't forget to set your alarm clock. It's one thing to put a problem to one side, it's another to ignore it because it won't go away. And like most of our work, the next deadline is always just around the corner. I keep a metaphorical box in my head labelled too difficult, and I pack things away in it. I'm lucky that I don't feel the need to pack financial stuff in it, but I know that some of you will want to hide when the finances get a bit tricky. And my advice is don't hide, ask for help. Map sources of help all the time so that you know where to go if you have a problem. Your rescuers will be unique to you and your council, but should include your software provider, your calc, your internal auditor, and then add in whatever works for you, other clerks and RFOs, your councillors. There they all are. Every one of them a hero when they provide the support and help that you need in a crisis. And then there's LGRC. Realistically, we should be your rescuer of last resort because we come at a cost. We provide locum clerks and RFOs, consultancy services, training and advice, and we do a good job. If you want to contact us, then our contact details are just coming up, and I've added in my email address as a because if there's anything you want to ask me as a follow-up to this lightning round, you can drop me a line and I'll give you an answer, and I will declare that I use ChatGPT to help me generate the images in this talk.
Amazing, Louise. You were bang on time as well. Spot on 5 minutes. Well done. Good stuff. Next up, we have Sandra. Sandra, are you ready?
Think so.
Think so. Let's go. So slideshow. My stopwatch is reset. So take it away.
Hi there. So I'm from Abergavenny Town Council. We consist of 6 wards with 17 councillors covering 8,500 electorate. We're a rural county within a large town on the Wales-England border. Our town has in excess of 150 volunteers working across several friends groups, and each are unique in their identity but united in their goal to encourage social engagement and celebrate civic pride in the town and hinterland. We recognise and celebrate the vital role that the volunteers play in our town. They're a diverse mix from businesses, families, schools and retirees, but ultimately we're always looking for more. Just 1 hour of volunteering can help support the group to achieve great things, and often it's down to matching skills to need to help make this happen. Keep Abergavenny Tidy have done many good jobs around the town, including collecting over 4,000 bags of litter since 2019. And recently, a new project helps us to identify if there's a rise in dog waste so that we can then look at signage and install volunteers to start surveying those areas. The Monmouthshire Veterans Support Hub has grown from 20 to 105 in numbers, and a core group of 12 regularly volunteer to assist at events with stewarding and marshalling, and their unique brand of camaraderie and sense of duty has been refreshing and humbling to see. The Laurie Jones Community Orchard started in 2012, and its namesake fought tirelessly to establish this area. His legacy is a national treasure, and the group hold wassails, pruning workshops and surveys to see families attend and volunteer with the upkeep of this space. Schools benefit from going out into the community to participate in things like this, and it's the volunteers of these groups that enable these opportunities for the school children to engage and learn more. So a key part of one of our big festivals, the Food Festival, is our roof decorations, and these are created over a year by 60 volunteers. They're made over 3 weeks at a local community centre, and you can do anything from painting, sewing or willow weaving to help create these works of art. The Friends of Bailey Park are a small group that have created a sensory garden, replanted native species and designed formal beds to help encourage pollinator species across our largest municipal park. Friends of Castle Meadows look after our flood meadow, which is one of only 5% left in the UK. It now boasts a National Forest for Whales site, and just last week got conservation status on their dipping pond. It's only possible because of the dedication of this small group that these national initiatives have happened. Friends of Linda Vista Gardens have established a tree arboretum over the last 10 years, and this unique species, they're all labelled and mapped to enable anyone to learn more about these beautiful specimens. Abergavenny in Bloom is one of the collaborations between all of these groups, plus businesses who help people like these school children to learn more about planting, what we use in hanging baskets to help make the municipal planting across town what it is. The Cubs have also helped for several years, and the pride in seeing the planters and baskets grow and flourish is a joy. They learn about what grows best where and how the different weather and soil conditions can affect them. The Unitary Authority no longer offers work of a stonemason, but we were lucky that 2 volunteers came forward this year to help repair our bus station beds. They spent 6 weeks literally chipping away and renovating these beautiful stone beds at the entrance to our town. A local rainbow troupe recently came forward wanting to understand more about how the oak trees which are part of Bailey Park came to be. So a local business stepped forward with saplings, and the troupe are now nurturing these until they're big enough to plant out. These initiatives only happen when volunteers reach out for assistance. Our mill wheel was hidden in overgrown planting at the bus station, so we've moved it to the entrance of the orchard, resiting it on a reclaimed stone bed. Once it was in place, we put a call out locally for any surplus herb plants, and volunteers came forward to help plant out this unique herb bed. Many of these projects and groups have been captured in film footage, which we now have on our website. We've been celebrating the recent Gold Award and overall win in the town category at Wales in Bloom, and this only happened thanks to all of our volunteers pulling together and working collaboratively across our beautiful town. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic. Awesome, Sandra. Well done. So we have got some time to go through some questions. So the first question, let me stop sharing quickly. There we go. So the first question we've got is from Samuel. This is for Anne. So does it reference legislation well? I know in academia it generates a few dud references.
Yeah, it's like everything with it, you've got to double check it, but it gives you the basis so you don't have to go and find it. It gets references it, then you just go and double check it. So that would be always my advice with any of the ChatGPT stuff, is just double check it. But as I found it relatively okay, but you know, I think it depends on the context, doesn't it?
Fantastic, of course. And also another one from Charlie. So hi, Anne. Do you have the free account or are you paying for the pro account?
Oh, I only use the free one. I'm not going to spend any money.
Good answer. So we've got some questions for Sheena as well. So this one's from Charlie. Did you create job descriptions for your councillors? What a good idea. Where can I get one from?
Okay, we did. And yeah, I'm happy to share that with John, and he can share it with everybody when he circulates the slides.
Good stuff, fantastic. And then a question for Sandra from Tom Brindley asking, Sandra, how do you handle insurance for volunteers?
We recently helped the Keep Abergavenny Tidy group with this. They were covered originally by the Keep Wales Tidy policy, which ended in February without them knowing. We're very lucky to have an insurance broker in the town, so we went to them, expressed what was needed to cover the 70 volunteers, and they came up with a really cost-effective policy. It's about £130 a year that covers all of them and an increase if more join their group, so they can continue working across the entire town doing what they do.
Brilliant. And then Sandra, another one from Melanie. How did you get these groups started?
Many of the groups have been started by key people that live and work in the town and have done for many years. So really my role is more pulling them together, making sure the right people are around the table and involved in conversations when we know we've got projects coming up. So I've got many contact lists for different things that are going on. So my role is more of a overseeing management of this. But if someone comes to us and has an idea, Abergavenny and Bloom is a key one that we use as an example. That literally was just knitting together the groups that already existed, and I'm sure you'll all find those wherever you are.
Great, fantastic. So that is it for all of our questions. We've got some time left. So has anyone got anything else they'd like to add, or have we answered everything that you'd like? If so, thank you so much to all of our lightning round speakers today. You've all done very, very well. I don't know how you managed to get so much into such a short space of time. John and Jess, I don't know if we are heading back to yourselves just before we move on to our next speaker.
Cool, awesome. So we loved all, yeah, so that section was from clerks. So any clerks, RFOs, any staff working in councils, if you ever want anything to share, you know, let us know and we'll get you speaking at next year's Scribefest or at our regular monthly webinars. We really like, you know, it's a good opportunity to share your knowledge and experience with fellow council staff in general. So we got Jackie here, and we've also got Joe now. Jess is replaced with Joe. So we've got Jackie Weaver up next. Jackie, do you have any groupies? Do you get groupies?
I do have some very strange followers. Does that count?
well, I've got a groupie here, Jo. Yeah. She is demanded that she's coming on the couch here to introduce you. Massive fan, fellow clerk yourself, aren't you, Jo?
I am. I've been a clerk for 17 years now. Yeah.
And where are you clerking at?
I'm clerking at 3 small rural villages in Suffolk. So that's Blacksall, Sudbourne, and Butley, where I live. So
awesome,
yeah.
Good. And Jackie, it looks like you've got some new kit there. You've got a fancy microphone, have you?
Oh, it's only because it's in shot at the moment. I'm always being told off by the nice producer that does my podcast with me. Bring that microphone close to your mouth. And I hate the darn thing. So it's usually
no, it's good. You've definitely upgraded. So you do. So what kind of, before we go into, what kind of other stuff are you doing? I mean, do you still get called up for like your celeb work, or is that like eased off? Or
not as oh well, God, definitely eased off. I could not have kept up that pace for longer than I did. But yeah, I still do also a bit of radio stuff, and of course politics at the moment. I speak at various conferences and things. Yeah, it's great because, I mean, for me, the very positive thing about it is that it's an opportunity to reach audiences that don't normally talk about town and parish council.
Good.
That's
Yeah,
the
well,
big thing.
thank you for taking the time to talk to us today again. You've been, I think this is your third Scribefest, I think. But anyway, I'm going to let Joe do the official introduction for those of you who don't know who Jackie Weaver is.
So last but very much not least, we have Jackie Weaver, and Jackie is Chief Executive at Cheshire Association of Local Councils. And it's an absolute pleasure to be joined by Jackie today. And she's going to be talking about all things governance and behaviour in the town and parish council sector. Over to you, Jackie.
Wow, if we're going to be talking about all things to do with that, I think we'll probably be here till tomorrow, if not later. But let's see what we can find to chat about for the final session today. So, just like you heard in the introduction, many of you will know me from that video and the relentless publicity that followed it. I am sure that aged me by 5 years, if not more. But I really do hope that the publicity that kind of followed that, most of which was positive, has had a positive effect on the sector. That was always my intention anyway. But there's no getting away from it. There's more than enough evidence to show that there is still plenty of work to be done when it comes to improving the governance and behaviour of some of our local councils. I mean, today you started on a really high note with Justin Griggs from NALT talking about the Star Council Awards. And indeed, we definitely do have some shining stars in the sector, many of whom you have heard from during the day. We've got councils that are forward thinking, and there's a number who are developing interests in the wider agenda, such as biodiversity, and Andrew Malifant highlighted that earlier. And we're even embracing what IT has to offer, as demonstrated by a number of speakers again throughout the day. And something that we in Cheshire are working on currently, partnership working with colleagues throughout the voluntary sector. And I know the previous speaker spoke very eloquently about that and how important it is that we build those relationships with our voluntary sector so that we really get the most bang for our buck, if you like, within our communities. But you kind of know there's going to be a but here, don't you? And here it is. We have got to continue to get our houses in order. Events like today help raise the game of those of us who turn up to events like today, and all the other excellent training sessions and development opportunities that our county associations provide. And let's not forget the SLCC and their commitment to developing the sector. But in large part, we are not the problem. Well, that's a good bit to hear, isn't it? And the earlier session on agendas and minutes and Sheena's session on holding better meetings will have covered some of the points that I would probably have raised here too, as I think that getting those basics right are fundamental to good governance within a parish council. But in many ways, we kind of approach that in the same way we look at good, often expensive skincare. Like, I'm sorry, lads, don't switch off at this moment. We skip that basic foundation step in preference to the attractive packaging and beautiful colours of the cosmetics we buy. And what happens? Well, we waste our money. The cosmetics applied over poorly maintained skin just don't deliver on their promises. So what on earth is that going to do with councils? Well, if your foundation is not there, then the good stuff that you hope to achieve in the community is likely to be frustrated, and those individuals that just love to call the council out on procedures it gets wrong will have a field day. And you won't have a leg to stand on. Ultimately, wrong is wrong. And I blame councillors. Well, to be honest, that's an easier sell today than blaming the clerks that are present, isn't it? But in general, members just do not value good governance. They see those of us that are trying to improve it or introduce it as jobs work, and only there to frustrate their efforts. Let's face it, no one ever got themselves elected to a parish council because they had a passion for governance and good paperwork. They stood because they wanted to make a difference in their community. So we have to persuade them that the two go together, a bit like skincare and cosmetics. So where do we go wrong? Well, in my opinion, we don't start early enough. How many of us have a proper induction procedure for our councillors? How many of us just leave them to find their own way around the council business? Who thinks it's the responsibility of the chairman or the mayor? And who just points them at the website, hopes they'll find what they want there? There's an awful lot for a new councillor to assimilate when they first join the council. I'm mindful that historically, when it came to policy documents, the council would have very few. These days, your website is smothered in them, and as a new councillor, how would you know where to start? If we catch them first, we can help them see things from our perspective and help them to prioritise procedures like financial regulations, standing orders, and we can give them a clear route to follow if they have problems or questions or issues, so we don't allow those frustrations to build up. Thrust a copy of the Good Councillor's Guide into their hand or inbox and encourage them to ask you questions. Explain how the council works, how the agenda drives the meeting, and indeed how to get things onto the agenda. These basics allow the member to better understand how they should operate within the governance of the council rather than constantly railing against it. And then we have the chairman or mayor. Consider how your council elects them. Are they just next on the list, or are they the best person for the job? Think about having that kind of conversation with your council. If you have a weak chair, lacking in confidence, then that will have a negative effect on both governance and behaviour. Many county associations, Cheshire included, run chairmanship training sessions that help build the confidence of individuals that are or will be chairs. But some people have many valuable qualities, but chairmanship is not one of them. Why put them and the council through the pain of having them elected for a whole year? Let's not forget the agenda. I know in isolation you probably have a chair included in the process too, but I've seen some of those agendas, particularly the annual meeting, when you list over a dozen policies you want updated and for the council to adopt. Come on, is that reasonable? Did you really think that they read them? Of course not. It's a tick box exercise. And yet, you guessed it, another part of the problem. They don't all have to be done at the same meeting. It might be convenient, but it doesn't have to be that way. Highlight the changes, talk them through what they mean, make them take some ownership of these documents. If you are treating them as an afterthought, we can't be surprised if councillors follow your lead. And as I've mentioned before, there's lots of help from you with government and affairs. Scribe, of course, offer a number of free training sessions. Your county association will offer training, but they will also be able to help you with model documents and personal advice. And those of you who are members will also be able to access the advice and support of the SLCC. So let's make 24-25 the time when we give governance the respect it deserves, rather than relegating it to the filing cabinet of stuff we have to put up with. And then, of course, we have behaviour, perhaps of greater concern for. I don't think I'm the only person who thinks the way we engage with each other, whether it's on social media, watching telly programmes in supermarkets, on roads, in parish councils, it has deteriorated and it leaves a shed load of room for improvement. In fact, I know it's not just my view. NALC have prioritised the raising of standards in a number of ways. Justin, when he spoke at the opening of the day, and by the way, I cannot believe he has a 15-year-old son. Oh my God, I really am old. Highlighted the Star Council Awards, and that's a really good place to start because it shows that there are really some excellent councils and examples of cohesive working out there. It is not all doom and gloom. But that's not enough. NALC also promote the Civility and Respect programme and pledge, which encourage councils to think about how they engage with each other and how they might demonstrate their efforts in that regard. And behind that is the Improvement and Development Board, looking at initiatives such as peer review and peer support, and how to assist those councils that are struggling, but who also recognise that they need a bit of help. Sadly, not everyone that needs help recognises that they need help. So why has net behaviour taken a nosedive? I don't know. I have some thoughts and would certainly be interested to hear yours. Maybe it's the pandemic, COVID. We were all so grateful to have come out of that on the other side, those of us who did, that we put it behind us and we moved on. But there are lasting social impacts from the fear and isolation that many of us felt during that time. Yes, for some it was a time when we saw some amazing examples of communities coming together, but it wasn't like that for everyone. We got very used to seeing people as screen characters rather than our neighbours or our colleagues. And I think that we're still dealing with a number of lasting mental health issues arising from that time. I know that mental health support is something that has come up on the NALC agenda, and there is some general work being done on this which may be helpful in due course. But until then, I think sometimes what we can do is just remind ourselves perhaps the difficult person in turn has their own difficulties. And then there is frustration. Have you noticed how long everything seems to take these days? Buying a house, that's on my mind because my son is in the process of doing that. 6 months to complete. A table from Laura Ashley. Sales lady says, "You're in luck, madam. We have it in the warehouse. It'll be with you in 3 months. But my car's outside. It'll fit in the car. Why can't I take it away now?" And we also take that baggage into the council chamber. So we can be frustrated in our efforts at trying to move things forward and take that out on the people round about us. So back to Roger and Sheena. Are we hiding behind bureaucracy? Could we make it easier for our members to progress their initiatives? Or are we bogging them down with governance stuff that we could, in fact, make easier for them? I know there will always be those totally unreasonable individuals, but I take you back to what I said earlier. Do they actually understand how we work? We're assuming they do, but are we right to assume that? I've spoken many times about how we manage difficult people, so I don't want to take you through all of that again. But one thing I would ask you to think about is it you? And sometimes the answer will be yes. Sometimes we just don't like the person doing the asking, and don't like how they ask. But if we step back a little and maybe recognise there is something in what they are saying, do try and look for it. I totally get that sometimes a spade is just a spade, and it is that they're just really not nice people. But it doesn't hurt to check. Don't forget the chair. Remember earlier I said how important it was for the council to choose wisely. And although we don't have a leader as such, I think that we should start to think of the chair as the team leader, with the council as being the team. So when a member comes to you complaining about the behaviour of another member, start by directing them back to the chair. Let them provide some guidance and support for a change. Hostage negotiations are not part of the clerk's job description. You're head of service, not head of difficult members. What about our monitoring officers? Gosh, that's not an easy job. I think they end up disappointing everybody. Members still tend to think that a complaint to the monitoring officer will resolve everything. And of course, those of you who've been through it know that generally speaking, it solves nothing. Certainly my experience in Cheshire is that, like buying a house, it could take up to 6 months to reach a conclusion. And the outcome is, at its very worst, removal from committees and the suggestion that training might be a good idea. Very disappointing. And of course, we continue to lobby for some appropriate sanctions for the worst breaches. Training, yep, that's great. Something I'm very invested in myself. But the people who turn up for training are likely to be the most reachable people and less likely to be the problematic ones. But in the meantime, there are 1 or 2 things we can try for ourselves. Stop focusing your attention on the difficult members of your council. Don't treat them any differently from any other member. Why do I say that? Because my experience is that when we have a difficult member, we tend to go a further step for them. We answer them more quickly. We do more for them, thinking that it will resolve the issue and they won't come back again. But they do. They come back for more. What about emails? Bugbear of our lives. I know people who, when you speak to them personally, they can be perfectly nice. but their emails, there's something about the tone of them that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. People are sending you offensive emails, even if they're members, then make it clear you won't be responding to them. Now, I'm not saying that we remove a councillor's rights, but get the council to agree a communications policy, because we have that duty to protect staff, and you are staff. And again, that demonstrates to people with poor behaviour that it does not deliver the outcome they want. And although it seems like a very simple thing to do, try rearranging the deck chairs. Changing the status quo of the relationship between people by changing where they sit does have a surprising impact on people. That you might notice in your own council how they all have their own seats. Okay, well, shake it up a bit. It does actually have a change in the way people relate to each other. I am not saying that moving a chair solves every problem in the world, but it's not going to happen. Social media is another thing. And I think that this is another point where the council can actually take some control over that and protect its staff in particular from having to engage with social media. We do not have to put staff in a position where they are uncomfortable and dealing with uncomfortable situations on social media themselves. And again, if you need advice on something like that, your county association or SLCC will be able to support that. So where does that leave us? For me, the important action is to sign up with a civility and respect pledge, and then for the chair and the clerk to absolutely get behind it. Too often we say, oh, that's just Jenny, you know what she's like. Or, oh, it's George, you know what he's like, he didn't mean it. Kind of thing. But when somebody says or does something inappropriate, it needs to be called out. It needs to be called out the first time it happens, and it needs to be called out in subsequent times if it happens again. Once you turn a blind eye to it or make excuses, you have planted a seed. And that particular seed grows like a weed, not like a precious bloom. And if others see you do it, they are more likely to follow if they see you calling out that poor behaviour. I hope you've remembered the positive things that I've had to say this afternoon, not just the negative ones, because really there are many more positive things than there are negatives. So I'm happy to take questions, and then I'm off to see what my prize is.
Awesome, thank you very much. That was really good. We're just going to do one question, and then we'll be wrapping up, Jackie. So lots of comments on, again, you kind of answered it, but it's, you know, just struggling to get councillors to actually engage and attending the training. Now, what is your, your top 10, your top hack?
I guess with that one, if the mountain won't go to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. I've noticed in the past 12 months, more and more councils putting their hands in their pockets and taking them out again with cash in them to get trainers to go into the council. So that they, rather than us have this idea that we have a training session, we must bring councillors to it. And historically, we've done it that way because, of course, training has to at least cover its own costs, if not make money. And so we price it accordingly. If you want myself or a colleague to go to your council and train them, then it's much more expensive than sending them to us. But they are prepared to pay for it. The advantage of it, of course, is that they get two things at the same time. Very often you're invited along to do, quote, a training session. But once you've done the training session and they've patiently sat through that, you know that actually it's the bit that follows that they're really interested in when they talk about what their issues are within the council. So they get a double whammy when they book training in that way. They get a mediation session following a training session. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
I was thinking what we need. I don't know if anyone's a bit of a social media star, but you need maybe having like snippets of training. You know, you imagine you're on your reels, your TikToks, and you're on Instagram, and there's someone there, like an influencer, like giving snippets of training to councillors, like to kind of draw them in to actually get them into official training? Make it more accessible or something?
I mean, we certainly, again, in Cheshire, I can't speak for everyone else, but I mean, we've moved to doing most of our training online. We still have it fairly interactive, but we dramatically reduced the cost because of that. Because if you're having a room full of people, you've got to have a fair number in order to cover the cost of the room and a cup of tea. Never mind the training.
Yeah.
So the virtual sessions means that you can run them much more quickly, much more often, with very many fewer people, and it's not taking any more resource, kind of like physical resource, than it would do doing less frequent, larger events. And we do find them well attended.
Yeah, and I guess like if people are also working, councils are working, if you run a lunchtime session, they can just attend it while, in their lunch hour, which can also make it more accessible.
We do both. We do one at 1 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock.
Cool. Do we have any more questions?
No more questions.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Jackie. Really appreciate you coming along to talk again today. And hopefully you'll be getting an email. Well, you will be getting an email. I panicked this year because you didn't reply for like 3 weeks. But you must have been busy. But yeah, you definitely will be getting another email next year inviting you along to talk. Yeah, it's been a very successful event. I mean, at our maximum, we had well over 500 people, 520, I think, at one point. People watching from everywhere, they're at home alone, at work alone, with their colleagues, a lot with their animals, aren't they?
Couple, yeah.
Yeah, the cats, their dogs, everyone's featured today. But yes, otherwise have a really good day. Jackie, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie.
What's up?
So, next up is our prize draw. You all entered a prize draw by automatically signing up to attend Scribefest today. So I'm going to start at the bottom, I think, work way up to the main star prize. So for the Emma Henderson Grounded book, the winner of that one is Pauline Rigby at Northleach with Islington Town Council. For the Adnams Gin, I think a few of us clerks probably could do with that, especially after council meetings, is the lovely Sarah Skur at Moorville Parish Council. And for the £30 National Garden gift voucher, we have Eleanor Chaudhry at Barn Green Parish Council. And for the tree gift, and that is in the way of you actually get a tree to plant, and you'll always remember Scribefest from your lovely tree, it's Jan Salis at Quennington Parish Council. And for the afternoon tea hamper, which sounds very yummy, it's Sam Marchant at East Meon Parish Council. And then the Lisa Angel hamper is Lynn Plewis at Poundstock Parish Council. And for the final star prize, which is all exciting, star prize, for the Amazon Fire tablet, it's Brian Hargreave at Howe Parish Council. So that's all the prizes for the prize draw. And we do have a photo prize as well.
There we go. There's the voting. Let's have a quick look. We can't see the small screen there. So that's all the voting for the photo submissions. So that is Broughton on the Water wins the prize by 22%. Well done.
Wow.
What did they get? Sorry? £100 donation to your chosen charity. That is. Sorry?
To their next community event.
So come over here, Jess. Come sit down.
Jess is being shy. Come on, Jess. Come back on the sofa.
Yeah, there we go. That's mostly, yes. So, So, well, that was a great photo. And all the team, come on in. We're wrapping up now.
Don't be shy,
Come around the back here. I hope you all really appreciated the event, getting some nice comments. There's lots of people behind it. Please leave a nice comment and then we can share that next time if you really enjoyed the event. There's not just us on the sofa here. We've got the whole team here in the background. And we've really enjoyed it, enjoyed planning it and hosting it. And also thanks to Tile Media, running all the tech, all the live streaming. So if you want to, I dropped a link up with them. And otherwise, that's it. Have a really good rest of your day from the Scribe team. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I thought love was only true in fairy tales, and for someone else, but not for me. Our love was out to get me, that's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Then I saw her face, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love, I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I got. What's the use in trying? All you get is pain. When I needed sunshine, I got rain. Oh, then I saw her face, now I'm a believer.